And whereas several terms in office is a high compliment that voters can give to an elected official. And with these years of experience comes a strengthening of wisdom, discernment, and strong leadership skills that bring tremendous values to the municipal governments of Florida. So on behalf of the Florida League of Cities, I want to say congratulations to Vice Mayor Banks for your 35 years of service, and congratulations to Commissioner West for your 30 years of service. This is remarkable having two individuals with such good leadership experience in one city. So congratulations and thank you for your municipal service.
Be careful of the cords, please.
Yes, Mr. Diallo.
I will trip on this, so I will avoid them.
Be very careful of the cords.
Commissioner West, I think congratulations. And this is for you.
Thank you so much.
Outstanding.
Everybody come face the camera.
Everybody?
Yeah, it's not too bad. I don't know.
We in
It's a
part.
big deal. This is
Okay,
why,
ready?
this is why we do it.
Harry got a haircut for the event.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Envelope with that?
No envelope.
Yes.
Ooh, ooh. I did bring cupcakes, so mid snack for you guys.
Be very careful. And I have to say that it is certainly an honor to serve with both of these fine individuals. They have been such an inspiration. Good. Okay, with that, I'm going to ask Lucy if she would like to come up. We have a presentation regarding Sister City proposal. Lucy, if you come up and introduce yourself to everyone, please.
Excuse me.
Is this the Mexican flag?
Yes.
The American flag?
Yes.
It's the same colors as
It
Italy.
is a sign of like national unity.
Very pretty.
Nice. No. I'll write some more and I'll come back again. Good evening, everybody. My name is Lucia Valdivia Sanchez, and I work for the Migrant Education Program for the, as the director for the Interstate Migrant Education Program. And I'm here to talk to you about a project called Sister Cities. I was expecting some community members to come here, but our schools decided to have open house today. So we all understand how important education is, and we're always advocating for our parents to go spend some more time in our school systems. So you will forgive the lack of attendance from my community today. But I do have Consul for Community Affairs, Consul Vicente Colmenares from the Consulate of Mexico in Orlando here. Gracias, Consul. And I will talk to you briefly about the project called Sister Cities. And we're talking about a sistership between the town of Crescent City, the beautiful town of Crescent City, and the beautiful town of Cuitzeo in Michoacan, my home state and the home state to many people in this community. We will discuss the objective, areas of collaboration, types of collaboration, action and programs, coordination, and how do you finance these things. It's not just about doing it. A sister city organization is a relationship between two towns that is intended to expand and strengthen and deliver great benefits to both parties. This voluntary forging of ties helps encourage business, trade, educational, cultural exchanges, and projects between the two cities. Sister cities can expect an influx of businesses, tourism, and trade, and more investment in the local economy. Raising the international profile of the cities is a great opportunity for each city to showcase their local government and what we achieve. I do believe that we don't do a good job of always, people call it bragging, but always highlighting the achievements that we have, especially as small towns. So we should be doing more of that and do it at a higher level. How do sister cities begin? Each city creates their own criteria or requirement for sister city agreements. These are agreements that have to be convenient and valuable for both parts. It cannot just serve one of the parts. All sister cities are formalized by an agreement between the two mayors or the highest elected or appointed officials of their respective towns. Sister cities, what is it that they do? Why do we want this? It's a cultural exchange. You can exchange culture and arts, music, tradition, customs, etc. And then we can both grow stronger together. Youth education. We can have our youth study abroad, virtual exchanges, and learning opportunities, as well as leadership building. Community development. Municipal and technical exchanges, best practices, policy changes, and both of these cities are located by a lake, so we share many of the similarities. Business trade, trade delegations, businesses, innovation, import and export assistance. Who are we trying to be sisters with? The town of Quetzal, by the end of this meeting, you all will be able to say that, is located just over 30 miles north of Morelia, which is the capital of the state of Michoacan, on the north shore of Lake Quetzal. Quetzal is a quiet rural town with narrow streets and buildings of white facades with tiled roofs. Its main activities are agriculture, livestock, commerce, and fishing, with a population of approximately 8,760 people. The name Quetzal derives from the native language of the Purepecha people, which means the place of water containment. And if you can see the map, where you see the legend, that's where Lake Quetzal is and where this population is. The objective is to present an agreement to formalize the sisterhood project between the city of Quetzal, Michoacan, in Mexico, and the city of Crescent City, Florida, to foster an agreement and understanding between the two cities and the institution in their respective areas, and to promote the exchange of experiences and execution of common activities that lead to improvement of both communities. Each sister city is independently organized, and they pursue activities that are beneficial to both communities only. There's no other agenda here. So if it's not a benefit to both communities, then that sistership is not working or it doesn't happen. The areas of collaboration, like I said before, is promote business, investments, and commerce, promote the culture, promote tourism, share resources and knowledge that we may have in water protection and taking care of our lakes, education, science, and technology, and the environment. And some of the pictures that you will see throughout the presentations are mixed pictures of our lakes here in Crescent City, as well as the lake in Quetzal. The types of collaborations is to share economic data, business participation, collaboration between private and public companies, and of course cultural resources, which happens to be the most enriching aspect of these. How do you develop this? Each year, both cities are supposed to get together either virtually or in person to develop an action program that will last a year and develop joint objectives for the whole year. Determine what will be the duration of the collaboration, and then how are we going to evaluate the impact that this program has in our respective communities. Financing, the most interesting part. The parties shall finance the activities referred in the agreement with the assigned resources in your own budget. So if you want to do something, you're just responsible for the part that you want to implement. You're not responsible for anything that the city of Quetzal wants to do. So if they want to come here for one of our festivals or something, they will have to finance that, or they wanna come and meet up with you. If on the other hand, you want to go, have a delegation and go to Quetzal, it'll be your responsibility to set a budget and finance that. You're only responsible for what you want, what you feel that you can do. You're not obligated to spend any additional resources on this. And that is the brief presentation that I have. If anybody has any questions, that is my contact information, my phone, and my email address, but I will open the forum for any questions that you may have.
Okay. Commissioners, do you have any questions?
How did this get started, Lucy?
It gets started because we do share, we have a lot of things to share. Most of the population here in Crescent City is from Michoacan. And recently, the Consulate of Mexico in Orlando had a huge agribusiness fair, and a lot of agriculture and a lot of companies came in from Michoacan. We met in DeLand, and we all know that all of this, I call it the Fern Strip, is just one community. So we went to DeLand, which is a central place, and some of our business owners met there to see if they could buy directly. Michoacan is the state where avocado is grown. We export avocado to the world in numbers that nobody else does. And so if our restaurants are able to secure cheaper avocado, then you will not see a huge price increase, as well as other vegetables. So that was the beginning of it, and we felt that it was a very symbolical and as well enriching opportunity to become sister cities.
Is DeLand considered a sister city?
DeLand is also, several towns are doing these things, so yes, this was it's a project where we're presenting sistership programs to many places, many towns and cities here in Florida.
Mayor, I have a question.
Yeah.
So, hi Lucy.
Hey, Lisa.
So it's my understanding that actually Crescent City, if we wanted to, we could have more than one sister city under the sister city program for different purposes.
That is correct. You
Right.
can be sister or twin cities with as many cities as you want, as long as the local governments of those two cities agree. So yes.
Right. So for this particular proposal,
Uh-huh.
what would be the steps to take? Who would be involved to set up an agreement? I mean, we've heard about it, it's a nice presentation, it looks great. How do you actually make it happen? Do you get a working group?
Yeah, well, you can decide how you want to do that, but if the commission approves, there is already a document that we can draft and have it reviewed by you, by the commission or our attorney, as well as Quetzal will also do the same thing, and then it becomes formal when both mayors or the highest elected official appointed to do it signs, and then it becomes official. But you can do, the logistics are totally up to you in a way that the city feels comfortable.
But I'm saying, how do you decide, like, the first year you have to choose some activities, right?
Right.
So just each side chooses their own activities themselves? Or, like, because there's a lot of different things you could put.
Well, they will have a work group, and then the city works together with the community members from the Mexican community, so I would hope that we will be included. And so we develop joint programs and goals for the first year. And it involves, it's not just a document sitting on your shelf. It'll be something that actually involves honoring and then sending, maybe if they have a festival, maybe sending something that represents Crescent City. If we can't send a delegation, maybe send something that is symbolic. They are also close to a lake, and we all know that the environment is very important. So if we in Crescent City have expertise in that area, we can share that knowledge with them, or vice versa. If they are, if they have more science and technology information available on maintaining the water resources, they can also share that with you, and that's how you actually work those plans.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Lucy. So, commissioners, if we want to go further and explore this?
So moved.
Okay, so we have a motion
I'll second.
and second.
I think this could be interesting.
And for all of you in the audience, just for clarification, because I was really showed my southern and the land, I was like, Michigan? Why Michigan? And Lucy said, no, it's not Michigan.
Let me be clear, what are we proposing here? What are we
I think just to explore.
to explore?
Yeah, just to explore, is that correct?
Sure.
Mayor, can I just throw something out here? I was a guidance counselor at Milton Bernie forever.
Mhm.
And the last year I was there, 63% of our students were from Mexico.
Mhm. And the population has grown exponentially, so now it's even more.
So, okay, well, thank you. We have a motion and we have a second for exploration of this. And working with Lucy, you'll help guide us through this?
Of course.
Okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
So moved. Thank you, Lucy, very much.
Thank
We
you.
appreciate it. Okay. With that, I'm going to move on to Captain Esri with our law enforcement report.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, good afternoon.
And I'm sorry, Karen. I'm sorry,
Might
good
be this
afternoon.
morning. It
And I'm
might
sorry
be
for
this
the
morning.
inconvenience today. Karen is, she's so awesome to work with. I don't know what I'd do without her. So we've had some times. So I'll just start off with our regular, the crimes that we report to FDLE, and we'll go over those, and I'll give you some other things. And I've also done a little study for you as well, Mayor, on some information you were requesting. So we had two stolen batteries at 232 South Main Street. Basically, the vehicles were sitting there unlocked. Somebody made their way up under the hood and got the batteries out of two separate cars. We don't have any suspects at this time. We do have a very good person of interest, and we are still trying to gather information to charge that said subject with this crime. So that's still an active investigation. The second was a cooler that was taken out of the truck. Supposedly the truck was sitting in the driveway of the residence. Somebody came by and it was one of those Yeti coolers, so it was very expensive. And they just swiped it out of the back of the truck. It wasn't secured or anything, so it was a very easy target. Any questions on either of those two? Go ahead.
Yes, so these being close together, are we going to have those Crime Stopper signs on our street?
No, because they happened at the same place, same time, it was obviously not what we consider a spree. We think that those happened right there together. And
You
we
mean
haven't-
South Main Street in Myrtle?
Yes,
Okay, because it's the same block.
yes,
Okay.
yes. So we wouldn't normally, because we think that was, if we have something else that's kind of I think both of those were isolated incidents. And if we can tie those to, the batteries and from who we think it is and this cooler, if we could tie those together, I would think about opening that and making that a pattern. But I think these were two separate isolated incidents.
Thank you.
Going on to our traffic crash data, we had 3 traffic crashes reported, and these are traffic crashes now that actually require a law enforcement report. And there may be some little fender benders and stuff that happened, and then there was a few of those that happened in the parking lots, but I don't normally report on them unless you want to hear those. The first one was at East Grand Rondo and Florida Avenue. A vehicle struck a pedestrian on the bicycle. There was no injuries on this one. This was a 9-year-old child that was struck on the bicycle. It was no speed related in this because obviously he wasn't injured and was able to ride his bike away. That report was generated just for the informational purposes, just because in case something later on he had some, pains here or there, they had some documentation of it. The next was at Summit and Magnolia. This was a hit and run where no injuries were reported. The vehicle was traveling south on Summit Street and passed in the opposite lane. And they basically struck mirrors and it scuffed the car up a little bit, and we've yet to find that vehicle. However, I haven't done any work with our AVL that we have south of Crescent City. So once I get that data, I'm sure I'll be able to find and identify this vehicle. Vernon and Summit, 2-vehicle accident, no injuries. Somebody was leaving the parking lot of a convenience store and struck a vehicle on Vernon Avenue. Basically weren't paying attention and pulled out of the parking lot and hit somebody coming by. I'm gonna go off of the traffic crash data just for a second. I'm gonna give you a little bit of studies that I'm having, Mayor. I know you had some big concerns about, me and you had long conversations about Vernon Avenue and Summit Street, about speeding vehicles. So I've done a little data, and I went back 6 months on my research, and I found we had, in Crescent City, in 6 months total, in the entire city, we had 15, what we call reckless driver complaints. Now, that could be speeding vehicles, people running stop signs, something falling off of cars swerving, that could be anything. So I specifically went on to the certain areas you were speaking of, and that was Vernon Avenue and Summit Street, Crescent City. In 6 months on Vernon, we had no calls in 6 months for speeding vehicles. On Summit Street, we had 7 calls in 6 months, with 3 of those being speed related, if that helps you any on those 2 locations. So that was, again, that was over the last 6 months, what we've had reported to our dispatch center.
Okay.
Any questions on that so far?
Not right now, no, sir.
Okay, perfect. So on to general activities. We had a very busy month, but it was a very proactive month. We had only 188 calls for service, which normally we're running around 200. And as you see, 121 of those were traffic stops. Traffic stops ranged from anything you could imagine. We had guys out here with temp meters, they were running laser, they were running radar, they were watching stop signs, they were sitting at intersections, they were hiding, they were using unmarked vehicles, they were doing everything they could to stop vehicles. So that's a big number. Again, the traffic crashes we had there and suspicious vehicles and suspicious persons that they checked out with, people walking around, suspicious vehicles sitting in various locations, there were 20 of those. So if you do the totals there is really only about 50 calls per service in the city alone that were actually called in. So that was a very good month. Any questions with that so far?
I wait to the end.
Okay. Do you guys have the copy of the 6-month comparisons?
I don't. Do we?
No, it's shorter than the one we got the first time. The same.
If you don't have those, I can get you that. It just shows basically over the last 6 months how many crimes we've had that are being reported to FDLE, and it's a bar graph there that kind of shows where we are. And we're running, I want to say, 1 less crime this month than we were last month. The numbers are very low. We're talking about six crimes, so it's not very much. But I can get you guys a copy of this and you can review it.
Thank you. Do you want to talk about Saturday before we open up?
Yeah, so that's what I've been spending most of the day on is Saturday. I'm worried about the weather because the weather's not looking good, but I'm hoping it's gonna work out because I've got over $1 million worth of equipment that's gonna be here. And again, we're starting from 10 to 2. We'll have all kind of handouts, things like that. People are welcome to walk around, come around and take a look around the office. It's open to anybody who wants to come out. It sounds like it's gonna be a good time. And I'm also gonna have my popcorn machine there, so that'll be nice. And again, it's all dependent on the weather. I hope the weather, holds out, but we have the indoors will be available as well. So they may just have to make it from their cars to the parking lot and, a little bit of rain on them and get inside, but we'll see how it goes as it gets closer.
Okay. Commissioners, do you have any questions?
Yeah,
I know Commissioner Banks
I got a
does.
couple. Grand Rondo.
Here, let's,
Oh,
I'm sorry, that's,
Grand Rondo. I've been noticing the patrol car parked back in there. But I'm just really concerned, what can we do? Because somebody's gonna get killed right there. They drop off at 308, wide open, and fall right on the Grand Rondo. Some kid, a dog, be on a bicycle or something, it'll be chaos before they can slow down.
Right.
It really took, I'm just wondering, what could we do as the city to try to prevent, because we know we can't have a patrol car there around the clock.
Well, the patrol car is, me and the mayor were talking about it earlier, they even have apps on your basic vehicles now on your mapping system that tells you that there's a law enforcement officer up here running radar. So it's really, really tough when you put a marked patrol car there. You know, if there's a way, and that corner is very enticing when you're coming off of 308, not to slow down and just to come right on back on there.
It is.
And then even if you're doing the speed limit at 35 miles an hour, when you make that corner, it looks like you're flying. And I agree, I've seen people do it. And then when they come around the corner, you know, they're coming off that road and they're slowing down and they see the patrol car and obviously they're gonna slow down to the right speed. So, you know, that's tough. Enforcement obviously does help, but sometimes we gotta be creative and figure out, you know, do we make a stop, put a stop sign there, or what, you know, what do you do?
Can I offer something? You know how they tear up the road?
I was
Slow
thinking
you
that.
down, right
Yeah,
there.
I was just thinking that.
Because, it's easier to go where it's slower than, well, I know you say some of them just jump over it, but
Yes, those bumps make me slow down really slow because I've got so much stuff in the back of my car, everything flies up the back. If you go over 15 miles an hour over it, and, yes, I have experienced that at a very high rate of speed, that thing, you wouldn't believe it, but you don't even feel that thing's there. It's unreal. I don't know how it works.
Let me complete my question.
Yes, sir.
Is it illegal for the city to put in? Have you been down to Pomona Park beach area? You see that? It's not a great big hump like we got that long, but it's just a little thing about that high, and about like that. I guarantee you, if you put that there, then that'll slow them down, and you can tell the rest of them.
Well, I believe if it's a,
Just put I don't know whether it's legal or not to put one right in that area. But something need to be did.
We actually met with the county there, that intersection. Commissioner Burton had an idea of making that a hard right. We met with the county, it's a county road, so they'd have to agree to extend the curb and make it where you had to almost stop, make a hard right on the Grand Rondo. They agreed to give us the engineering on that. And unfortunately, their public works director left shortly after that, so we did not get that engineering, but that's still a possibility. We would have to pay for the relay the curb, fill it in, and indicate that it's a hard right. That would stop you.
yeah, I've got a few ideas too. I think we can get creative on it and maybe get a fix to that.
If that would stop it, we need to fish out the money to get it here, because before somebody life, lose their life. It's really dangerous. My second one is Summit Street. Now, I know it's gonna take a miracle. So y'all, I'm coming into town, I'm doing the speed limit, and somebody run plumb by me and out of sight. They do it regular. We be sitting up in here, they almost blowing the door down. While we sit up here meeting sometimes. I don't know how we gonna be able to manage that. I really don't.
You know, that's very interesting because I have spent countless hours on 17 Summit Street and on Vernon. And when I say countless hours, I have spent countless hours with me and my men using golf carts, unmarked vehicles, you name it. I've tried every tactic I know to my power, other than finding some way to do a traffic study on this road to come up with some different data. But in my opinion, speeding is not a problem in Crescent City. And that's my professional opinion. And I have sat behind that radar for countless hours.
Well, Major, you need to get out there.
I'm out there.
It's definitely a problem.
And I will also.
308, on Grand Rondo and on Summit, it's a problem.
Yes, sir.
If your test failed to show that as a problem on Summit Street there, something wrong with your test.
I would
You need to change some of the math in it.
Yes, sir. That's my radar. It's running radar. That's the only thing I know how to go by. The only thing I can read is the
But see,
digital.
it's certain time, okay, when the log truck's coming through in the morning time, trying to pass that scale before it opens,
Yes, sir.
they really rip it. I'm telling you.
They do. They're doing early there.
I be up doing my little exercise, and they be really flipping through Crescent City. And then here goes some truck with a loud muffler on it. I know the muffler is loud, but you can't hear the speed on them. on the noise, but it be running. But I appreciate if we could do something though to try, and we really need to brainstorm to come up with something, on Grand Rondo.
That's my next objective, because I'm trying to locate I'm in the process of locating a device that I'm gonna have to reach out to some more counterparts. I've reached out to our neighboring counterparts to see if such device exists, and I know it does, I've just got to find one. I need to find a device that will sit there 24/7, read every vehicle that comes by, that will give me the data of how many vehicles passed it, what speeds they were going, so then I can tell my deputies, hey, you need to be there. Vehicles are speeding between 7 and 9, or they're 5 and 7. I've got to have some type of data, and that's my next step, because like I said, the calls are not coming in about people speeding. I'm not seeing it, my guys are not seeing it. We have, when I say I've tried everything, Commissioners, I have tried everything to catch people speeding in Crescent City. And I may have, since the beginning of the year, I may have stopped 5 people for speeding in Crescent City.
Now, and I call that a lot of meetings. The officers sit back, once upon a time, they were sitting back in the opposite lane. And that was kind of slowing them down.
Yes, sir.
They were sitting out in the middle of the lane in different areas.
I've even got undercover vehicles and had my team set up in different locations off the roadway where you can't even see them, and spent hours with a handheld radar in an unmarked vehicle sitting in different locations in the city where nobody knows I'm the police. And basically I would radio to them, hey, it's a white truck with this description, and they would stop it down the road. And I've had to terminate those operations because we're not finding this, I just don't understand the problem, and I want to stop them. I want to write the tickets, I want to do a great job, but the problem is I'm just, for some reason, and I've tried any time of the day, and I just don't seem to see the issue.
And I think number one, I mean, when you talk to cities across everywhere, that's the number one complaint that city officials have, is that speeding is.
And I would encourage each of you to jump in the passenger seat one day and let's take a ride around the county, and you'll see a difference.
Or I think also, you know, and I've talked to him about doing this too, Commissioner Banks, and I think you would sit with him and run radar, and run radar.
Absolutely.
You know, I think that would be beneficial if all of us were to do that, so then we have really a good understanding.
I'll give you a date.
Okay, perfect.
Commissioner DeVito?
Yes, first of all, I sent a memo out to everybody this morning by email that I think Karen sent y'all. Some of you must have read it because, and liked my ideas, because most of them have already been brought up, like the bumper strips. I think the problem is maybe on Grand Rondo, that the speed limit on Grand Rondo is 35 miles an hour.
25.
No, I'm sorry, I said the wrong word. The speed limit on County Road 308 is 35 miles an hour. That is causing a problem. And we have discussed this in this meeting before, and I have been writing to the county without any success about how you get that speed limit changed. One meeting when Colonel Wells was here, he made some reference to you have to have a study, and it could backfire on you because the study could determine that you even have to have it raised. I don't know, but I know in Willaca on County Road 309 that goes through the city of Willaca, the speed limit is 30. So technically, maybe people aren't speeding so much on 308. They're going 35 or they're going 40. The problem is, and I do think some are speeding because I can hear it across the lake. The problem is when they're going 35 and they don't stop and they don't slow down, then they turn onto East Grand Rondo going 35. So also I wanted to ask, the person who hit the child, did they stop? Were they ticketed, or did they just drive off?
The bicyclist was at fault.
The bicyclist was at fault. Okay. So, but So the bottom line is, people might not be exceeding 35, but it appears that that is too fast for the area. And then, you know, either you turn off onto Grand Rondo, you're going very fast. Some cars go fast all the way down Grand Rondo, and they head up Central Avenue, also going fast. They don't really stop at the stop sign. So lowering the speed limit on Grand Rondo, I think, would be a form of traffic calming for the whole area. Because the other issue is, once the cars on 308 pass Grand Rondo and they're going toward the flashing light, 35 was really too fast for that congested little area where people come out from Walnut Main Street and there's everybody exiting the Circle K. That's a terrible location. So I think if somehow we could get the attention of the county and lower that speed limit, that would be a form of traffic calming. And as well, I'm glad to know the county was out to look at the idea of a hard stop at Grand Rondo, which I've talked to some of the neighbors about, but I'm just surprised that it wasn't. We had a traffic calming workshop on October 28th. We've talked about it at meetings, so I'm surprised that was not shared, but I think that's a great idea, and I agree with Commissioner Banks, whatever it costs, we ought to do it, if we can possibly afford it. Because this is not good.
And then off topic, but that location you were talking about in Malacca, that used to be one of my favorite spots to sit, because when they would come around that corner, you would get about 8 out of 10 doing at least 15 miles an hour over the speed limit. That was one of my favorite spots.
You could do that here.
Yeah, that used to be one of my favorite spots.
Thank you. Do we have any other comments? Thank you very much. We
Thank you.
appreciate it.
Thank you. Excited about Saturday, so I hope to see
We
you.
are
see you
too, we
there.
are too. We'll be out there. And thank you for doing that. I know you worked hard to try to get that office where it needs to be, so. Okay, with that, we're going to move on to public comments. I'm going to open up public comments at this time. Please come forward, state your name, your address.
Tracy Eckhart, 109 North Prospect Street. I'm here tonight representing CCVC. That's Crescent City Venture Corps. I did present this to you at the last meeting, but nobody was here. So the mayor insisted that I do it again. We have come up with a bird walk through Crescent City, which I think some of you have already seen. It is all the pictures and all the identifications were taken, they were made and pictures taken here in town by a bird expert. And we're very proud of this. I'm in talks with the gal that's Lauren Alley, that's in charge of Great Florida Birding Trail. They're redoing it for the first time in 20 years. I'm expecting some more information tomorrow, and we're going to try to put Crescent City on the map. Since I presented to you guys a few weeks ago, we have sent out 47 letters with pamphlets to every Audubon group in the state of Florida. We heard back from 2 of them already, and one was out of Stewart, was extremely positive about it, and hopes that their group will come up and they will help us get the word out. So anyway, there were some laying over here. There's more in the utilities and front office. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Very excited about those and bringing people to Crescent City. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You'll state your name and your address.
Okay.
Speak into the mic.
Bill Vila, 404 Grand Rondo East. 10 years I've been standing here telling you somebody's gonna get killed over there. I made a couple of suggestions last time I was here, about putting in 2 stop signs over there at the south end of the park. That makes it a 3-way stop sign. One around the corner and north and south. That's an easy fix, it's cheap. The other thing I had mentioned was putting another speed hump down in front of my house, which is the south north end of the park. That will definitely slow them down at the park. Those cars coming through there 65 miles an hour, 70, racing. You guys are more than welcome to park in my yard, and you'll nail them all day long. It's not all day that they do this. certain time. You want me to sit out there and take some pictures and find out what time they're coming through?
Okay.
It's all different times. But they're gonna kill somebody. They already hit a kid on Grand Rondo on the bike, right? We got lucky that time. They're gonna kill somebody. That's two easy suggestions that I made. How much is an asphalt hump? $129. How much is a stop sign? I guarantee that would stop it. Ask him. He knows how to do this stuff. A three-way stop sign on the south end of the park, speed hump on the north end of the park.
Thank you.
10 years I've been saying this.
Thank you
Thank
very
you,
much.
guys. Please, do something before somebody gets killed.
BJ Laurie, 505 Mainway Avenue.
Thank you.
We had, I had a lot of excitement on Tuesday at the conference at home that there was a 70-foot tall live oak tree that fell onto my yard and my house. It luckily did not do too much damage, but it was a big mess. And Bubba Jacobs was there today and made some quick light of it. My biggest concern is that tree looked completely healthy. It's over 200 years old. There was no sign of any reason why that would have fallen down, but it did. And this is like the third tree in my neighborhood and the few blocks around us that has died in the last, 6 months or less. I know that you guys have been having some issues with, or disagreements with the tree board, but I really think that this is the thing that the tree board needs to be addressing, and the city needs to be addressing this and spending some money on these trees. Because every time one of these falls down, it's not replaceable. There was, at the old Courier Journal building on 330 North Summit, there was a huge tree that just started to get sick and die and eventually fell down. There's a tree right next to this one that if it falls down, it's going to fall down on Oakwood Street. It's going to take down the power lines and the fiber optic lines that connect all of our phones. So that's going to be a mess for, us for hours and hours. And it is in the city right of way. So these are city trees that are not being taken care of. Commissioner DeVito shared with me a report that was done on the oak trees at Eva Lyon Park. And, the soil compaction and all that stuff that's around it, there's the root zone of these trees goes out 39 feet from the tree trunk. And we shouldn't be doing anything around them. And you guys built a multi-use trail right up next to this tree. I'm not saying that that's what killed it, but we need to spend some money and actually have somebody that knows what they're doing come out here and address these things, because these are heritage oaks, these are important oaks, these are what makes Crescent City a beautiful place, and we're losing them one by one by one, and they're not going to survive us much longer. So, thanks.
Thank you very much. Do you have any other comments?
Yep,
Mr. Coleman?
yep. As I always say, relax, I'm slow as you go. It takes 2 minutes. Good evening. Congratulations to the students.
Thank you.
I'm speaking about the same thing. Burning and 308. It doesn't matter what time of the day. Me and my wife, we were sitting on the porch this afternoon. The school bus, which comes at a regular time, the children are taking their lives in their hands because there's no stop sign that says school bus stop sign on both sides. One side, a couple of children have to walk to this side, some have to walk to that side. But then it's the same thing on the other side. And right before the school bus, on the other side, had his light flashing. But the lady, I could tell, she realized, oh, I just passed the school bus. On both sides, we need a school bus sign. And the other part is, like I said, some type of speed limit to turn. And like it's easy fix. Speed hump. Because it's accident rate down. I don't know how many times I've sat there on the porch or in my yard, just riding around the yard. I've seen cars pass, going east, passing the double line. This at any given time, I mean, mind you know, any given time, but like I say, it's definitely an accident rate happen. And like, okay, now see, I can bring up a little small credential. A few years ago, I had a 3 stop sign put on Denver Road. Now see, I'm into safety, like, okay. But like I say, you know, it's more than just something to wait to happen. It's going to happen. It's going to happen. I need to suggest, excuse me. But, yeah.
Okay.
That gave me a couple seconds back on the clock, right?
Yeah, you're good, you're good, you're good.
But like I was saying, like, you know, it's just, in any given time, you can, you know, I can sit there in my yard, night or day, it doesn't matter. I mean, you know, going east or west, and it's the speed, but it's an easy fix. Especially the school bus stop sign. I mean, these are kids that really, I live right there where a school bus stops. Right there, both ways. Any given time, okay, I forget what time the school bus comes there. But why don't y'all, I forget what time the school bus stops there. Why don't y'all come around here and see how the traffic does when the school bus, when they don't know it's there, or my time is up. All right, but one other point, okay, being going. But one other point, the parade is progressing pretty good. Anybody need a business card, because look close and add extra tracks. But we got the parade going nice and good.
Okay, good,
Right.
good, glad to hear that.
Right, and off of the clock, your day is wrong on 308 in Vernon Avenue.
You, Mr. Coleman, correct?
Yeah.
Sat in front of your house for numerous hours, more than 20 hours running radar.
Yeah.
Just so you know.
Yeah, okay, I'm not taking up, but you know, it's understandable. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Coleman.
All right, y'all have a good evening.
You too, we appreciate it. Okay, do we have anybody else?
Good evening, my name is Danny Miller. Though I'm not a resident, I am a Crescent City native and taxpayer, and it's in this capacity that I'm here before you tonight. 19 months ago, the school board voted to close our middle school and to build a modern new school in its place. Perhaps the most consequential decision affecting this community in our history was made with no discernible opportunity for public input and without any apparent involvement from the city. Since this decision, there has been, to my knowledge, zero public debate and discussion on the subject by our city. And if my knowledge is incomplete on this, I ask to be corrected so that I may review minutes and video to properly inform myself. At a recent commission meeting, we heard a presentation from the district. Despite a large crowd hoping to finally have an opportunity to offer input, any chance for meaningful exchange of views was foreclosed at the onset. It was then proposed, and the school district agreed, that a locally sponsored community forum on the issue would be held. 4 allied Crescent City civic groups collaborated to organize the forum. The forum goals communicated to the district were simple and straightforward. 1, the opportunity for public Q&A, and 2, a meaningful exchange of viewpoints. Regrettably, as plans were being finalized, the district abruptly declared that instead they would assume full responsibility for and control of the forum, time, place, and format. At the August 18th forum, the district again prevented any opportunity for public Q&A and was unwilling to hear any expression of citizen viewpoints. The forum was, in a word, a sham. It lies with our city, as has been the case since this issue arose almost 2 years ago, to facilitate a true public discussion on the new school. The question is very simple. What is in the best interest of the community? This is the most fundamental of governing principles. Commissioner DeVito requested that the school issue be placed on the agenda last year, and a similar request was made again recently. I might presume that other commissioners have also similarly raised the issue. I know that citizens have repeatedly addressed the issue with the city. Apparently, these requests have fallen on deaf ears. Surely, such an important issue should qualify for a robust public discussion. The citizens and taxpayers of Crescent City are looking to you to provide critical leadership on this issue. This is perhaps the most important decision affecting Crescent City in our history. There must be an open and honest public discussion on the issue, and the city must adopt a position that reflects the consensus of the community they represent. To simply acquiesce is to grant tacit consent. In my view, that would be an unconscionable abdication of leadership responsibility. I do have two specific proposals, but I see I'm out of time. May I ask for you to indulge me for another 90 seconds, please?
Leave it to the commission.
Yes.
Thank you very much. First proposal, workshop the issue. Hold a real forum. That is to say, a meeting where ideas and views on a particular issue can be exchanged. The school board did not afford an opportunity for that. Advertise widely to ensure the broadest possible public participation, and then our city must take a position that accurately reflects the consensus of the community. Is the city supportive of locating a modern new school in the middle of an historic residential neighborhood, or is it in the best interest of the community that the new school be located elsewhere? Let's hear it out. My second proposal is as regards meeting agendas. Who controls the agenda and therefore determines what is and is not worthy of public debate? Such authority cannot reside solely in the hands of one or the very few. There must be a mechanism for our elected city commissioners, as well as common citizens, a mechanism to compel important issues such as this to be placed on the agenda for public debate and discussion. So let's begin that discussion in earnest tonight, shall we? I sincerely hope that every commissioner will offer their views on these two proposals during their comments tonight. Let your respective positions be heard. Your constituents deserve no less.
Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity to present my views.
Thank you. Okay, do we have any other public comment?
Doc Bailey,
You'll state your name.
624 Palmetto, and not to beat a dead horse, but I'm on ground zero of the Grand Ronde. That nice gentleman is my immediate neighbor to the north. I'm on Palmetto. Grand Ronde runs to the right of my property. As the two join, you take Palmetto, it goes right through the middle of the volleyball court. The one thing I will say about Mr. Vito's comment is the right-hand turn that they go 308, they start squealing the tires at the speed bump and then go this way just as fast. And if he's not lying at 60 miles an hour,
Easy.
and you can take that gentleman right there, and Mr. Banks, you're welcome to sit in my Florida room at the corner, and if you don't get a 60-mile-an-hour ticket at 5:30 in the afternoon, I'll pay for it. So I guarantee you, all they have to do is sit there.
Come my yard too.
Somebody will be killed. There's no doubt. Matter of fact, there was a lady crossing there at the crosswalk with a dog, and the tires screeched. At 5:30 in the afternoon, there's a nice little slate gray Charger, who you can set the clock by as he goes around about 3 times a night and just hits it. I mean, it's like a drag race. From the time he hits the end of the speed bump to the time he hits the stop sign, it's full boat. So, just so you know, if you guys need a place, I got it.
My place too. There's another one down the street, all those big trees are.
I got
That's
man
filled.
for you.
Thank you.
Anytime down there too.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'm not talking about speed bumps.
That's okay, you just state your name.
Okay, Nancy Taylor, I'm president of the Crescent City Library Board, 610 North Summit Street. The Crescent City Library, for the number of hours open, is the busiest library in the county. Even though Black is open more hours, we have more per hour than they do. We have our new printer, it's not hooked up yet, but it's finally here, because we haven't had print capabilities since, at least since March. And we do have print capabilities, but it's really hokey. You have to go and get a thumb drive and pass it back and forth and everything. We have a new librarian. She's just been here about 10 days. full-time, and she's on a job training. She hasn't been a librarian before, so she's learning. And that's really all I wanted to say, except that for decades, the City of Crescent City has given us a donation every year to help support the library, buy Florida books with it, sometimes we buy large print books for whatever the immediate need is right then. And I just wish y'all would consider doing that again this year.
Thank you. Does she need to give us, I know in the past we've done that at proposal.
Yeah, usually we get a written request.
If you would, yeah, if you would just submit the written request and we can put it on the agenda.
Will do.
Okay, thank you so much. Do you have any other comments?
Scott Keynes from 721 Lemon Avenue. I guess every candidate should speak up here today. I got a phone call from a citizen today and regarding a communication that they had with each and every one of you. And this person is devastated and extremely hurt by what happened to them today. About 9 this morning, this person emailed each and every one of you about tonight's agenda item. Mr. Bailey's asked to rent the Market Square. 2 hours later, Mr. Bailey was replying to that email. 2 hours later, Mr. Bailey was replying to that email. Now, we know this. I saw the email because his email is part of the original thread, so it's not some type of miscommunication here. And then he mentions the citizen by name several times. We know that there was not a records request that was put out this morning and then granted within 2 hours. We know that that didn't happen. That means that one of you forwarded the citizen's email to Mr. Bailey. That means that you took an email sent to you by a citizen with that citizen's opinions, that citizen's questions, that citizen's name, and that citizen's email address and forwarded it to Mr. Bailey. Now, let's not claim that the motive was to get the questions answered, because if that were true, we would have redacted the citizen's name, or better yet, you just would have asked the questions yourself. But that's not what happened. So we're pretty sure that it was malicious intent as to why the email was forwarded. Abusing citizens' trust carries consequences. This makes citizens uneasy about reaching out to you. I'm pretty sure I've heard everybody claim that they want citizen involvement, but this shows otherwise. It's bad enough when you call out citizens' name during commissioner comments live from the dais. That's bad enough. But now you're ratting people out. That's terrible. Someone questioned Mr. Bailey's plan and your reaction was to email Mr. Bailey? That's elementary school bullying. Why would you pit citizens against each other? The only motive is to create strife, and that is unacceptable. I would hope that the person responsible reaches out to the citizen and apologizes. I'm telling you, the citizen is beside themselves, that their trust was stepped on like that. If your goal was to keep the citizen from participating, you succeeded tonight. But I'm sure they will be back. Who is this childish game going to help?
Thank you, Mr. King.
And I'm sorry I had to bring that up. Thank you.
I think that's something for us all to take into consideration as we go forward. Do we have any other public comment at this time? With that, I'm going to go ahead and close public comment. I'm going to start with our business items. First on the list is the approval of the Waste Pro contract. Charles, do you want to
catch up to you.
should have numbered them.
Thank you, Mayor. This item is coming back to you after discussion last month. You were presented with 4 options for service. And voted to continue the existing service, which is twice a week pickup for general garbage and then once a week for dark debris. So tonight we brought back the, really an addendum to the existing contract for your review and approval.
Commissioners, we have a motion.
I so move, we accept.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. We have any discussion?
I asked Bobby Pickens what the language in, I think paragraph 2 of the addendum meant. It refers to a change in the consumer price index. It's not clear what the cost and the annual cost increase rate could be. I'm sorry, I'm like Charles, I'm trying to catch up with the paperwork. I think aren't the ways for people here to answer questions?
They are.
So, right.
Dana, do you want to come forward?
Yes, ma'am. Good evening. Thank you, Mayor, City Manager, City Attorney, Commissioners. For the record, my name is Dana Miller, and I represent Waynesboro, Florida. I'm accompanied by Daniel Carr. The CPI that Commissioner Lito is talking about, we're requesting that we change the index. This does not necessarily change anything other than that. We're asking to go with the water, sewer, and trash collection services index, which is more indicative of our business rather than the standard consumer price index based on cost of living for individuals, just regular individuals. This is reflective of our business. So it could be, I can't give you a dollar amount or percentage because it's just a different index. It can be higher, it can be lower than the regular index, but we find that this is definitely more in line with our cost of doing business because it is more specific to our business and the costs that we incur as far as fuel, supply, not products, what's the word? Equipment, that's the word I'm looking for, et cetera. And many of our contracts recently over the last few years we've requested this and been granted to change to this index for the reasons I've listed.
Okay, Mayor, if I just could, the follow-up, I'm sure you can't give us an exact amount, but I just want to be clear, we're signing a contract for $19.14 per home per month. That's the rate we're starting out at. And I think when we discussed this at an earlier meeting, you had said that for the past 5 years, we stated our base rate. We didn't have any annual increases.
Correct. We did not come to the city to ask for CPI increases.
Right. So now, basically, everything costs more. We're going up about $5 a month. Would that be a good round figure?
So they're at
4 or 5?
Yeah.
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 So,
yes, ma'am.
what, is there a likelihood that we will have a percentage increase each year or some years on top of the $19 figure? Or is it possible that we could be as fortunate as we were the last 5 years?
It is possible, absolutely. To compare to the last couple of years with what COVID, I hate to say the word COVID, but with, what we have been through as a country, would probably not be correct. I think it'd be more indicative to look at the length of time we've been with Crescent City as a whole. And the past couple of years have been sort of an anomaly. I'm hoping and I anticipate that we will have years that we do not have to come to the city to ask for an increase. What we're coming to, like I explained in the last meeting, what we're coming to y'all with, unfortunately, is indicative of the economic times right now.
Sure.
But I certainly would love to be able to not come to you in years and say, we're doing well, times are good, and economic times have settle down. So I think we've got a proven track record that, you know, if we don't have to ask for this, we won't.
Right. Well, I just appreciate everything y'all do for us. I just want us,
Yes,
you
ma'am.
know, to be mindful that $19.14 might not be the final figure for all 5 years, so that we can just
Yes.
all be aware.
Yes, correct. No, and that's, and I understand that, bringing that out now is prudent.
In good faith, they've had that opportunity, you've had that opportunity to do that the last 5 years.
Yes.
Yeah, and they haven't done it.
Right.
So,
Yeah.
Go ahead.
That cost of living index, you said? What?
The CPI is a consumer price index that's set by the federal government, but there's different indexes, and we're requesting to kind of narrow down which index we're using when we ask, if and when we ask for future increases on the pricing. And we're asking to switch from the general consumer price index to an index that's more suited for our industry, specifically for cost of business rather than cost of living. So it's just a change in index in what formulas we're using according to the federal government.
And if we agree and assign this on tonight, when this take place, and authorize you to get that increase any time when it's possible,
Well,
would you have to come back to this board again to get it approved, or you just can do it automatically? I think that's what I'm trying to get out.
Yours is, before I open my mouth and say something. Commissioner, one moment, please. I'm referring to your existing contract.
Because I really think the way the contract was wrote
I just wanted to show. Yeah.
before,
Personally, I think 5 years is kind of a long time in today's world. Everything's kind of changing. What I mean by that is the cost of living is getting greater, every year.
Yes, ma'am.
So my thought process on this is probably every year we're going to be looking at that CPI pretty closely so that you can do your business and do it well.
Yes, ma'am.
And one thing, I was the only commissioner that wanted 2 pickups and the totes. And,
Yes, I remember that.
and one reason why I really wanted that was so that, I know you're having trouble getting people. I know, it costs less to run one truck, doing it with totes than it does running the way that we run it. For the most part, hopefully, we would have the newer trucks, not the older trucks. The older trucks are kind of becoming dinosaurs, really, with the guy standing on the back and throwing the bags in. So I really think, 5 years is quite a long contract to expect them not to probably raise the rate at some point or another. I mean, we have to be realistic here.
Just find the data.
I found it, yes, Commissioner Banks, Commissioner Burton, I found it. We have to petition the city for an adjustment, for a rate adjustment.
No.
So we would have to come back to y'all every year to ask for whatever adjustment is, for
that's my
clarification.
question. Thank you.
Okay.
Just
I
so
would,
you know.
I would like to say something. This has been heavy on my mind since we voted on this. Seldom, if ever, I really don't recall walking out of here and having made a decision that I questioned my decision. I did question my decision when I voted in the affirmative to go forward without the totes. And since then, I have studied, I'm out there, I'm running the roads, we get picked up twice a week. And we oftentimes have garbage cans thrown about all week. And clean streets and yards are more inviting for citizens, for visitors, and for businesses and new businesses. I've looked at other communities. I've driven through DeLand. I've driven through DeLand where you can't even see the houses, and they've got totes. The toters out there by the road. I spoke to my parents. My mom, she's a little tiny, tiny thing. You know my mom. They have a big tote, and she, without any problem with all of her health issues, is able to wheel it out there. Because I questioned that, you know. Sure. And I've looked at, you know, with the toter system, does the tote create less trash because somebody's not having to pick that up, not having to throw it, and have stuff fall out of it. Because if you ever go behind, and sometimes I do get caught behind a garbage truck, there's garbage that is strung from the garbage cans, or you pick your garbage can up and there's still stuff in it. So, you know, commissioners, a toter, we made a decision based on really 5 people speaking out against it. I've had several people come to me since then and say that they really were interested in a toter. And when we make these decisions, these are the hard decisions that we make. And as President Eisenhower told President Kennedy, those hard decisions are the ones that are going to come to you, because if they were the easy ones, they would have already taken care of. And in fact, that's it. And so as we make decisions, and I will be even more cognizant of this as I go forward, that I'm going to make decisions hopefully where, yes, I'm going to take into consideration what's said in this room, but also we have, 900 to 1,000 homes that you service, that we represent, and we've let 5 people say we don't want toters. One resident came to me and said, by the way, there's a community that if you have a health issue, qualified health issue, that is established by the city for a nominal fee annually, they will come, the garbage collection will come, grab your toter, bring it out there, and take it back. So we have that as an option. I did not even realize that was an option. I reached out to Dana, and she said there are several communities that do that. And so I say all of this because as we go forward, I can't do this because I can't, you know, make a motion. But I would like for us, if we could, to reconsider what we're doing here and the aesthetics of what we're going to add to the community, because this community is starting to sparkle. And the one thing that I see constantly as I go through the community and it catches my eye are garbage cans thrown all over the place. And I think that this would really help with the appearance of our community. It's going to take an adjustment. Change is never easy. It's never easy. But I've had toters, and I've got that little 36-gallon, and that 36-gallon falls over on me all the time. Mom and Daddy's toter never falls over on me when you're taking it out there. And so that's just something that I'm going to put that to the commission. I know you have a motion, but I would really think that would ask that we reconsider.
Just a minute. I make the motion that we take a moment, reconsider, and look at this a little closer. I agree with you. I went home and went, And I've looked at toters all over Volusia County because we tend to go that way more since we're south end, but and they're everywhere. They're heavy, they're big. If we went to, let me just say, I'm picking 4 not because I think I need to push 4, but I'm just looking at it. You get 1 pickup of solid waste, 1 pickup yard waste, and you get a 96-gallon cart for $15.86 a month. That's cheaper than, or less expensive, I guess that sounds better than the $19.14. And the garbage truck comes once a week, but we have to have a guy that picks up the toter and dumps it, right?
You'll have the tipper in the back of the truck?
The truck doesn't change. There's a tipper that mounts on the back,
Yeah,
on the back
right.
of the hopper.
Yeah.
The truck is the same truck that comes now. It just
Okay.
has added equipment.
I can hear it miles away, it squeaks. But I love it. I need to get garbage out. Yeah, okay.
It's just got a little hook in there, so put your
Right.
hand on it.
It's,
and
yeah,
lift it up and
All
down.
right,
for clarification, it's not the sidearm ones that you've seen.
Right,
It's still in the
right.
back, okay.
but I don't care.
Okay, right, as long as it gets picked up, right.
It
Right.
would be the same two guys that's been coming.
I love them, they're nice.
That's, now that's taking us down to one pickup a week.
I'm not proposing
Okay.
anything, I'm
Okay.
just saying that's an option. But my garbage can isn't 96 gallons. It's, I don't know, so high. What is that, 50 something?
And then, what's the average that you, when you, say
Probably
36?
50s. I think she's got 64 gallon. You still got a roll cart, right?
Right,
Well, I think yours is a 64 gallon.
probably,
The last
okay.
time I was over there, that's what you had.
All right. So you think,
You know her part.
Be careful, because Daniel knows a lot about everybody, so be very careful.
Daniel
He picks
and
up
I
your
have
garbage.
have a history.
He picks up your garbage, so be careful, he knows a lot about everything.
And I did apologize to him for my expressions at one time, and I still do.
So we
But
still
I
have
do-
the options here, we still have
Okay,
these.
you can have 2 pickups with the 96 gallon for $21.22 a month.
And that adds $2, that's $2.08 a month more, so
More
you're
than
getting,
the 19.
that's about little under $25 annually.
Annual.
Which gives us insurance too, kind of, because if something happens to that toter that you've done, that you've caused, then
Right.
you'll replace that and it will not be incurred by the customer, correct?
Right, if any damage caused by waste pro, we will repair or replace whatever's broken.
Okay.
Well, let me ask you this, we done fumbled through this one. What we got to do to straighten this up, if we wanna go to the top?
If we want to go to the toters, right now we have a motion to accept it without the toters. We're going to have to rescind that motion. And we would have to make a motion, we'd have to have a motion to accept one of these options.
Attorney,
Yeah,
we
the motion,
legally do that,
yes.
we
The
can't.
motion just needs to be made, the motion to reconsider needs to be made by somebody who
Yeah,
voted
that's true, we need to do
on
a
the side that
reconsider.
prevailed the previous time.
I can't make that.
You cannot do that, and I can't do that because I can't make the motion. So what we have to do is you would have to do, we'd have to have, somebody would have to rescind their motion that they made. Then we would have to have a motion to reconsider. And then and then we would vote on a new contract, right?
Yes.
Mayor, could I say something in
Yeah.
this discussion, please? I've never seen us do anything like this before. Commissioners, this is my comment on this, so I hope you're listening. I've never seen us do anything like this before. We had this on the agenda. It actually came up at the beginning of the summer. If we want to know what everybody in the city thinks, then for an issue like this, we could have had a survey. We could have put examples of toters out in City Hall. We had a couple of months to solicit resident comment, and we didn't do that. So people came to the meeting and they spoke to the issue, and there were a number of issues that were raised. People came and spoke about their long driveways. We have people with very long sloping driveways, people who have to find a way to bring their trash cans up that wouldn't work for toters. We talked about the diversity of the community and how toters wouldn't necessarily be appropriate for some of the rental houses or people moving in and out a lot and with all kinds of debris. we just had residents give their opinion. I've never seen us, our own failure for not putting out a survey, and I've never seen us just say basically that it's only 5 people who came to a meeting. If we didn't think their comments were important at the meeting, we should have said so at the time.
Wait, please don't put words in my mouth. I did not say their comments were not, I did not say that. I said we took their comments only. That's all I said.
Well,
okay?
they were the ones.
I didn't say they were not meaning.
Fine, so we didn't do a survey, we didn't make any effort. The way we got comment was our usual way. We had a meeting, people came.
No, man,
That's the way we always do it.
You know, everything was fine until it wasn't fine for you, Commissioner Vito. Now that we want to discuss it a little more, it was fine when we were gonna go ahead and go your way and go to, you know, just do it the same way we've been doing it. So I do think that we have to kind of reconsider this. This is a 5-year contract. This is a long contract, and we're trying to move the city, especially with trash and some of the other things that are around. I think that we should reconsider what we're trying to do, and one of them is to use totes. I don't see that that's such a bad thing.
And I think, and honestly, in my opinion, I mean, and that's why this really gave me, I struggled afterwards with this, and I typically don't, and I have the ability, I think we all have the ability that if we've made a decision and we've struggled with it, that we can bring that forward and we can discuss it.
Yes, but we could, instead of putting on the agenda the contract, we could have put it on the agenda to reconsider the decision that we made.
No.
We've given people the expectation. We
Commissioner
have
DeVito,
an
we
addendum
put this
here.
on, we had to put these on the agenda. I'm asking for the reconsideration. That
Okay.
doesn't mean that anybody's gonna reconsider it. That's what I'm asking for. This had to be put on the agenda as it was, because that was the motion that was made.
Well, do for time consuming, because we ain't getting nowhere. Now, can we do this, when do the contract have to be signed and in your office?
The new contract starts October 1st.
October 1st, so we got a chance to come together, get out of notice. Do we have that time to get out of notice to the citizens of Crescent City and ask them their opinion about it?
Well, we can have a meeting the second, the fourth Thursday before that.
We're having a meeting on the 22nd,
Right.
anyway. We're having a meeting on the 22nd. So, but commissioners, that's up to you. I mean, I did vote, and that's all I'm asking is that if you felt the same way, if you would want to reconsider this, and
Okay, so the motion has been rescinded, right?
no, sir, nobody has
No.
rescinded their motion yet.
Who did the motion?
Commissioner West did the first motion, Commissioner Banks did the second one.
So you would have to rescind.
All right, I'll rescind my motion,
You see, I did one too, so I rescind mine.
and we'll start over then.
And we'll start all over again.
We'd have to, Bobby, we still have to make a motion to reconsider? Will we have to make a motion to reconsider?
Yeah, then I guess since it's been conveyed to them that that's the way that you voted, I guess they would have to be okay with it being reconsidered as well, since we communicated to y'all that that's the way that y'all voted.
The 4 options we presented at the last meeting, any of those 4 we're okay with. So we're simply just waiting for this
Okay.
commission to make their decision.
So the ball is in our,
So we need to, so we need a motion.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we need a motion to reconsider the contract.
I move that we reconsider the contract with Waste Pro. New term beginning October 1st. And we
want to do it on the 22nd.
We want to reconsider it on the 22nd, so that gives the citizens time to give input.
I second.
Mayor, would that motion be to choose another option, and then we bring it back on the 22nd in contract form?
Yes.
As a revised contract? Do you want to make that part of the motion?
Yes, I'll do.
Which option?
It would be the option.
Which one,
It
which
would be-
option do you think?
Option 4, you talked about, which is
Well, I
one
just,
pickup
I
a week.
just
with a
picked
tow-
that one, but
That would actually be a reduction from the,
that would be a reduction. You'd get the 96-gallon cart and one pickup and one pickup. One pickup solid waste yard, one pickup yard waste.
Now, I will say this, that one of the, something that was brought up, and Dana, you can, and Daniel can speak to this, is that if we go to one pickup, there was some concern that the 98-gallon would not hold the week's worth of.
Well, we can do the 2 pickups, solid waste per week, and 1 yard waste for $21.22. $21.22
Per month, yes.
per month.
And by doing that, that would also possibly reduce the weight that was in that, or the amount that would be in that 96-gallon total, correct?
Theoretically, you know, because you're, still
So
2 times a week.
is that the one that you want to?
I personally would like it twice a week.
Yes, I personally would too, but I have the same.
Okay.
so you're going to make that part of your motion?
I'll make that part of the motion that we consider option 2 pickups for solid waste per week and 1 pickup yard waste, plus a 96-gallon cart for $21.22 per month. Per month.
So we have a motion for reconsideration. Do we have a second?
I second.
We have a proper motion and a second. Do we have
Public
any more
comment?
discussion? Do we have any further discussion?
No.
Okay. Then I am going to open it up for some public comment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Question for
Thank you
you.
both.
You supply garbage cans?
Sir,
Yeah,
The total would be.
the toter is the garbage.
you can ask us in public comment, sir.
96 was?
Yes.
Scott King, 721 Lemon Avenue. Hey, let me ask you folks a question. So, I'm remodeling the house, and the guy that came in to do the
Yeah,
tile.
sorry, Mr. King, I'm sorry, but you do need to direct the comments to the commission. I'm sorry.
Well, I don't think you know the answer.
Well,
So,
I
this
don't,
year,
but they
I
can- they
remodeled my home, and I put several bags of the tile that the floor man scraped up off the floor, and put it in bags, and he took it out to the road. And I'm like, boy, they're not gonna pick that up. And he says, well, sure they will. And they did. So my question is, if we go to a toter, would that still happen, or would it all have to fit inside the toter?
Okay, Dana, can you come up and speak to that, or Daniel?
Can we stop the clock, please?
Yes, we can stop the
Thank
clock,
you.
please, Karen.
Well, to answer your question, they shouldn't have picked up the tile, they should have left it. So no, we won't, there's not a provision for commercial or for construction material to be picked up curbside. It's only yard waste and garbage.
Gotcha, thank you.
So,
You had a very kind-hearted person.
They
And
do
we
a great
And
job.
we do have
So-
kind garbage men, and they do go over and above oftentimes.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
All right, so, so far, we've talked about everything but the one thing that mattered. Before I get into that, so toters left out at the road are prettier than garbage cans left out at the road. I don't understand that one. They're all big black ugly plastic things. But the thing that we haven't mentioned is, with the toter, all you get to be picked up from your house is what fits in the toter. Now, I don't believe any of you have children in the home. If you have a family, that's not enough. Okay, that 96 gallons is not enough. You put, what, 3-4 bags of trash in there, and it is full. A family creates more trash than that. Then what do? You wait till the next pickup, hope that you didn't create a week's worth of trash or 3 or 4 days worth of trash because you still got part of trash from last time. Then what do you do the following week? So that's what I said last time, and that was, I guess, the one of the 5 that changed y'all's mind, was that it's not enough space in the toter for a family to remove their trash. You can't put a trash can beside the toter because you've just signed an agreement that it's just the toter. And Waste Pro has told us that that is true. So that's my only issue. Yeah, I wish things could be prettier. I take in, well, I'm not gonna say that. I take in my neighbor's trash can from time to time. How about that?
I do that
And then it
too.
keeps it clean. But again, it's not enough space. Remember back when we had a house full of kids? Christmas, Thanksgiving, you're gonna overflow that toter. What are you gonna do with the trash? I'll tell you what's gonna happen. That will create an ugly mess. Now we'll have bags laying out and trash that's not being picked up because it's not in the toter, dogs getting in that. And so I think the opposite will happen. It's not gonna be prettier, it's gonna be ugly.
And we have that now on our current system, so thank you. And
Right, so
Randy,
the
do you
toter
want
will
to
not,
speak?
the
Yeah.
toter
Do you
will
want
make
to
that
speak
worse
to-
because you're gonna be laying it out the side and it'll stay there.
Thank you. Daniel, would you like to address?
Yeah, I can answer his question. There's actually 5 in my house. I have once a week garbage. A 96-gallon can will hold 7 13-gallon bags.
713?
7.
That's the tall kitchen, 13?
So if you can't go a week with 14 bags, you might try recycling. Because the last statement, or the last study was 67% what you throw away is recyclable. So we still run that. There's no limit. You can have 5 recycle bins out there. So if you would utilize the other services that we provide, you would probably be able to fit everything in once a week. Because like I said, I put out 4 bags a week. That's it. I put out 4 garbage bags a week in my toter, and there's 5 of us that live in the house.
Don't use a can, just the bags?
I had one 96-gallon can that I use it myself personally at home. And my guys roll up. My guys that pick up my garbage are the same guys that pick up yours. I just live in Boston. The nice thing about it, they roll up, they pull the bags out, they close the lid. There's no water in your can. You're not out there trying to dump out water.
Got nothing but good
Okay,
things to
well,
say
excuse
about
me.
you guys. You pick everything I ever played. Sorry.
That's okay. Thank you.
If I could add for clarification for the commission, for the public, and whoever watches this meeting afterwards, I just want to remind everyone, the recycle service, we are not discussing as part of this city discussion because it falls under the county contract. So just in case there's anybody watching this meeting that's wondering why that's not being discussed, I just want to remind everybody, it is a service we provide to Crescent City, but it is not a service that Crescent City needs to discuss because it's covered by different governments.
Thank you.
Diane Sykes, therefore Chestnut Street. For anyone who was watching or participating in the meeting last week, this was discussed and it was agreed. And on this month's agenda, it says approval of waste pro contract. So anyone who watched that meeting is going to naturally assume it's the approval of what was already discussed. So I think if we're going to change that meeting, then we should, or change that decision, then we need to have another opportunity for public input, because I'm sure people would have showed up if they thought you were going to change your mind at this meeting after all.
We're going to, Diane, it's going to be on the next meeting.
September 22nd.
September 22nd.
And if you want the input from the people, perhaps you ought to put it as a questionnaire on the water bill, since everyone gets a water bill.
Thank you very much.
Tracy Eckhart, 109 North Prospect Street. I'm very much in favor of the tote, for obvious reasons. Dogs won't knock them over. You won't have trash spill. I know that you've had a lot of complaints recently about dogs getting the neighbor's trash. That would be eliminated with the totes. I have lived in a more progressive area where there are totes. That is the evolution of the trash system. You know, they're big, and I'm glad that Daniel explained how much you can put in there. I think most people won't have that much in there, but they're secure, and animals won't knock it over. It's very important that we move forward in every aspect of the city. You know, we have things moving forward with our infrastructure, but the trash pickup needs to evolve and move into this century as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Pat Langen, 255 South Prospect Street. Is this the same conversation last time when I was here about the 94 5-gallon, what it weighs, how big it is, how many times a week are we going to have it picked up? Is it the same conversation? It is. One day a week, 94-gallon can, and you're throwing away what I asked about the senior citizens. Do you know how many people that I see in the thrift store, they can't walk, they can't move, their arms are broken, they have a new knee, their hands are in a vice, they have arthritis. How in the heck are they going to pick it up? I went to a community and lived in a community where we had that garbage can. It's huge. However, we had men the size of the man that was up here that came and picked it up and took it to that new truck. And they have a hydraulic lift on it and they put the bucket on it. That's not going to happen here. You're not going to pick it up on my curb. Everybody on South Prospect, on the east side, could walk a mile to get up with that garbage can. It's impossible. And if you think, or anybody thinks, that it's going to clean up the city and make it look better, you're tooting the wrong horn. I'm telling you, people are just sloppy. You can drive down any street, any day, whether it's garbage pickup or not, and the garbage is there. Recyclables are on Wednesday. Forget it. They sit there Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, holidays. They don't care. People do not care about their garbage. They throw it out the windows. They make a mess. They put out furniture, broken tables. It's just impossible. I really, really would like you to think about the size of the garbage can. Unless this company has those trucks, and that's the only answer, and they want to give you that 1 day a week.
We're looking at 2 days
So,
right now.
and a five-year contract might be better than a 1-year contract because prices go up, taxes go up. They have to make money. And it'll be on our backs.
Thank you. Do we have any other comments, public comments? Okay, with that, I'm going to close public comments. Commissioners, we have a motion to reconsider. And we have a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, nay.
Nay.
Okay. So moved. Thank you very much. Okay, we're going to move on to number 5. Do you want to?
Mayor, we need to withdraw the next item, the request for ongoing bidding on the city property. The attorney has determined that because the applicant is a candidate, is a qualified candidate for office for a statute, prohibit us from doing business with the city.
Okay. We'll move on to question 1. Yes.
No, he's a candidate. No, let's say he wins.
It would,
Can he then
then
do it?
it would continue, it just the statute said it starts when they're qualified for elected office. So since he's qualified,
Let's say
Can I
he
ask a
wins.
question?
Then
Just
how
a
he can
second.
go ahead and do
In
this?
just a
if
second.
he wins it, he couldn't as well.
Oh, he should be able to do it.
I'm sorry, do we have
Okay.
an opinion on this?
Okay, no, I was just curious, because I know a lot of people are commissioners and they have businesses and businesses in town.
It's the opinion of our attorney that
Yeah.
we should not be.
Yeah, I just didn't understand.
I'm saying, do we have, is there a statute?
Yes, it would be Florida Statute 112313, subsection 3, subsection B.
Mr. Bailey, you said you'd like to speak. Would you like to speak? Doc?
Yeah, Dr. Bailey, 624 Palmetto. I just informed on this about 15 minutes before we got started. I'd like to thank the gentleman for finding that out. It would have been probably pretty embarrassing for all of us to go ahead and do this stuff, and it wouldn't be proper or right. I like to do things that are proper and right. Addressing a little bit earlier on a thing that everybody knows that when you email commissioners, it's all public knowledge, and it's all part of the Sunshine Law. Everything goes that way. If you don't know that, then you need to know that. And whenever someone tries to backdoor or sabotage something that's in the works of getting done, and they're incorrect, I have an obligation to correct it, of which I did. So I apologize nothing, and for your poor constituent who's heartbroken, I'm sorry that all she had to do was read the document that she read, it's all on face value. I have to make a decision whether or not I want to be a business owner in a barbecue place in Crescent City, or whether I want to serve as a commissioner if I am duly elected. There may be such a thing that I may step down and recuse myself from being a commissioner to do this barbecue organization here. Maybe I'll just take the barbecue somewhere else in some other town. But I do appreciate the time and the effort that it took to put all this together. I put together a proposal that I thought was fair, I thought would help the community, and I thought was better for the downtown area. So I appreciate your time, appreciate your effort, and I thank you all very much.
Thank you for your efforts. When you become a candidate, or when you become an elected official, the rules do change.
I found that out.
Yeah, they do change. And they're not our rules, just so everyone knows that. Those are not our rules. Those are, you know, state rules. State of Florida. We're pulling this item's been pulled, so we're not gonna take public comment at this time.
Mayor, the next item is a request from staff to set up and run a haunted house at the City Hall Annex on Halloween night. Deputy Clerk, she's going to answer your questions and describe the event.
Hi, everybody. This haunted house came, it's my second favorite holiday. Thanksgiving being the first one. But I've always wanted to do this for the kids. I have done it in the past back home, but we actually used a whole park. We did it in the park, and it was very difficult because it snowed back home. This year I want to try and do it at the annex building, if you all give me permission. I do have volunteers. It is on my own time. I am always looking for extra volunteers. But we do have a plan down. I don't want to go into too much detail because then it'll give everything away. We do have waivers. Bobby and I worked on a waiver, so we do have waivers that that everybody would have to sign before going in. So if you have any questions.
Commissioners, do we have any questions?
I have one question.
Okay.
Actually, I was told that the fire department did this quite a few years ago at the old location. So is South Putnam Church doing a haunted house this year?
I'm not sure, I'm not aware, but that's.
Right, and so you're doing this as a volunteer also as opposed to, okay. Well, so it's been done before, always popular, thank you.
So I so move that we go ahead and let her do it.
Second.
At a haunted house.
So we have a proper motion of approval, we have a second. Do we have any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
So moved. Thank you, Karen. Okay, with that, we're gonna move on to the alcohol permit, the day of the dead event.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor, this is a request for approval of the sale of alcohol at the Dia de los Muertos Day of the Dead event scheduled for October 29th. This is a Crescent City Downtown Partnership event, and there are some folks here from the partnership that will both talk about the event, and it's really a great, I'm very excited about this event. It's a great cultural opportunity for our community to celebrate an aspect of our community and to reach out to that community and invite them, embrace them into downtown. So if folks want to come on up, and they'll talk about the event and describe the activities and a little bit. There's a little bit in your packet about the history and so forth, the cultural meaning of this event.
Hello again. I am Lucia Valdivia Sanchez, and I'm here to talk to you about the wonderful celebration of the Day of the Dead to be held at the Crescent City Park on October 29th. And we are requesting the permit of alcohol because it is an integral part of the cultural celebration of it. If you don't know, the Day of the Dead is actually a celebration of life, and it is the day that we gather to celebrate the lives of those that are no longer with us, but we still miss them. So part of the tradition includes this warm drink that it's a little bit spiked. And it is just so, because traditionally you wait, you have the celebration and you are basically up all night for the souls to come over. And so also part of the altars, which we're going to have a contest, you are supposed to display the favorite items that the person that you're dedicating the altar to had, and whatever they like to eat and drink. And if anybody is mostly a normal adult, you know, you would have some alcoholic beverages on your altar when they're remembering you. So food and your favorite food, drinks, and clothing things are displayed in that celebration. And so it becomes a very integral part of the whole celebration to embrace it as authentic as possible. Any questions?
Commissioners, do we have any questions? Okay. So, do we have a spiced alcohol drink?
It's really good.
So we would be doing this from 4 to 8, is that correct?
Yes.
From 4 to 8, and we've agreed that there will be.
The sales will end at 8 o'clock,
8
alcohol
o'clock.
sales. The event will end informally at 8 o'clock.
Okay.
We will have deputies on site on the park, and people are required to remain in the park if they have a beverage.
Okay.
Carolyn, make a motion to approve the sale of alcohol.
I'll second.
The day.
Okay, we have a motion and we have a second. Do we have any other discussion?
Yeah. I think this is a wonderful festival. I know there's a lot of work going into it. I would not oppose this, the sale of the punch because that's a particular cultural item. But I'm very concerned about the sale of alcohol, beer and wine in the park. We've never had that before. I don't think it's a good precedent. And I think we don't know what the safety issue is. They said there would be maybe 100 adults expected. I just really have concerns about this. And as well, the application said that part of the reason for the sale of the beer and wine, not just beer and wine on the altars, was to help pay for the expenses of the event. And I do have concerns about selling beer and wine to pay for expenses. And as well, that's a competition with existing businesses. So I'm fine with the alcohol punch for this particular cultural event, but I don't think it's a good idea to be selling beer and wine in that park, or any park.
The intention was it would be Mexican beer. There's two brands you mentioned.
Which one is
Yes,
it?
it'll be specifically two or three specific brands. And also, this is not a celebration where people come in and party crazy. It's more of a solemn kind of celebration it's a family, family oriented event. It's not a drunken party where anybody's going to get out of control. I just don't anticipate anything like that. It's not that kind of celebration. It's not that kind of festival.
My understanding too is that you will be there will be wristbands and there will be carding. You'll be making sure that.
And that they don't leave the perimeter of the park with alcoholic drinks.
Okay.
Can I make a suggestion? Where you have those drinks and you're selling them, on that booth, there is a sign that says, obtaining this drink, you will not be allowed to leave the park.
Right. And throughout the park, we will place signs that no alcoholic beverages past this point. We have seen that in beaches and other places when I have gone to public places where alcohol is consumed outside and you see the sign right before you leave and, you just know that you can't take it past that point.
So you're suggesting only the Mexican beers?
That's what I'm suggesting.
We're gonna have authentic Mexican food,
Right.
vendors and churches will be there.
So if my favorite beer is natural light or something. I just can't go up there and get it, is
You'll
what
have to
I'm
have it
saying.
You gotta try something different.
No.
Bring it from home.
If I can say something else, all the food will be prepared by our local business people and community, so any profits on that will stay in town.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner, you realize that with your motion, did you intend for it to include the beer and wine, the
Yes.
Mexican beer and wine?
Yes.
Okay, I just want to make sure. Commissioner West, did you
Yes.
intend for your second to be that as well? Okay. Any further discussion? Yes, sir, Commissioner, Captain Commissioner, Captain
I
Usleton.
I would just like to give a comment. What we have seen in the past, I think the event is a wonderful idea, but what we have seen in the past is our authority to be able to regulate people who are drinking the alcohol that is not served by these individuals. So is there a process where we would be able to identify, hey, these guys have purchased the alcohol from you and they have not brought it from their vehicle and onto the premises, because we need to be able to enforce that.
Wristband.
The
and-
wristband.
Right. So
They've got a
I
Bud
just want
Light.
to clarify that if they come in there with a Bud Light bottle in their hand, I'm able to enforce that.
That will not be allowed.
Perfect, thank you.
Because there will not be Bud Light at that point.
Bobby should be in the motion to make sure that the sell online, as long as there is a wristband. I mean, I don't know for Captain, does he, you don't need that. I just want to make sure that
We're
we.
not legally allowed to sell it to
Okay.
anybody underage, so.
No, I just wanted to clarify that I understand what they're doing is
Okay.
awesome, but a lot of times what you have is other groups will come in because they know the alcohol's allowed there and they will start having their own parties there, and then we have trouble.
We have authority.
So that was my only comment, that
Okay.
there was a way that you could track who was doing what they were doing. Okay.
Commissioners, we have a motion, we have a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay? Okay, so moved. Thank you for all that you're doing for this. It's very exciting. We're excited,
I'm
we're
looking
excited.
forward to it.
We are, we really are looking forward to it.
Is it appropriate for the public to pose a question?
Yes, sir, you're welcome to pose a question.
Thank you very
If you
much.
would come to the if you need to come to the
Sure.
podium, please, state your name and your address.
Certainly. Danny Miller, the downtown partnership, is that covered under the city's comprehensive general liability policy?
No, they will have a special event insurance with liquor liability.
Okay, good, answer my question, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, the next one is to paint the chambers.
Mayor, this item came up, we actually had folks come in and offer to give us a quote on painting these chambers. This is actually painted wallpaper with about 1 million holes in it, and they've offered to stucco the holes, fix the area in the back where the wall was removed, and repaint this area and the hall back and leading out the back door. So then we need to get a second quote, so we got a second quote for you and brought it to you, recommending Paint Pros and More for selection to paint these rooms.
I want to go ahead and make a motion to have Paint Brothers and More paint the commission chambers and back off.
Okay, we have a proper motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Do we have any discussion? Okay,
What
Charles?
colors?
Well, beige.
Same, pretty much the same.
Beige.
Just gets into a whole can of worms if we start picking another
I
color.
asked about two-toning and, we will make sure that they're insured.
Yes.
Correct. Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, so moved.
Thank you. Mayor, the next item are bring to you the contracts. These are funded with the American Rescue Act funds to design water main improvement projects for Prospect Street and for the portion of Main which is not covered under the CDBG project that we're doing. So I have 2 contracts in your packet, which are the design phase of those projects, so that they'll be ready for future grant applications. And I think you can approve them as in one
Okay,
motion.
one motion. Okay, Commissioners, do we have a motion?
I so move that we consider the engineering contracts for funded water projects on Prospect and South Main Streets.
Okay, we have a proper motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Do we have any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aaron, if you will please note that Commissioner DeVito was absent in this vote. So moved.
Mayor, the next item is a request for a donation from Pink Out Platinum. This is an annual request to come to you and for a $100 donation of Pink Out City Hall, pink flamingos and ribbons and bows. And I believe someone's here from,
I don't think so. I didn't see. Normally Mindy and.
Mindy was, thought she was going to be here to present. We did participate in this last year, and I imagine in years past.
Yes, we have.
Yeah, we do it every year.
Commissioners, do we have a motion of approval?
I move.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a proper motion and a second. Any other discussion? Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
So moved. Okay, lien reduction for 712 Rocket Lane.
Mayor, this item came up, it's coming before you for a request for a lien reduction. It's quite a tale. Pam is here to tell the story. We did make an effort to expedite this process. We understood there was a sale pending, and our normal process would have lost the sale and so forth. So we held a special meeting because we didn't have a quorum last month. So we held a meeting Tuesday, and they did come up with a recommendation to reduce the lien. Pam's going to talk about that. Need to switch over.
And make sure that Commissioner Vito, sure.
Did you put it in there?
It's in the computer, yes.
Okay.
For some reasons, but it is good. No, she has it.
She's got it. Nobody else
I texted Amy, told her that you were there.
A representative is going to be on the conference call for the applicant.
Okay.
I think it's an attorney. She's going to call in.
I texted her. I communicated with her earlier today, told her I texted her when we were ready.
You go ahead with the presentation. We'll just
I can.
bring her in when she calls.
Good evening, I'm Pamela Taylor, Code Enforcement Officer. This is Tanisha Vance and Abel Sterling Property Development. Case number 20-002-CEB, address is 712 Rocket Lane. Parcel ID number is there. Chapter 6, section 6.4 is unpermitted construction. That's a copy of the code. First violation was observed January 21st, 2020, with a notice of code violation going out on February 6, 2020. First code board hearing was July 27th, 2021, and the second one was September 6th, 2022, which was Tuesday. This was for a roof that was put on without a permit by Ms. Vance and or her husband, or she allowed it to happen. The first code board hearing on July 21st, the board issued an order to comply by September 27th, 2021, or a fine would be $25 per day would begin to accrue. An affidavit of non-compliance. She said she called the number.
Oh.
Did you put in the extension?
I gave her the extension.
So try again.
She said it won't let her dial the extension.
Do you have a number I can just dial?
You can't dial from that, we tried.
All right.
Yeah, we tried that today.
It won't let her enter 250.
Says it goes to an answering service, I guess, because it's after hours maybe?
Usually she hears our list of options.
Well, I told her to press star and then 250. Because it says if you want to put in a extension, to press star and then the extension.
It didn't work.
No, it goes to an answering service, she said.
Can you, Commissioner DeVito?
Could you call your phone and we can do your phone on speaker?
Commissioner DeVito, did you?
Yeah,
I do have a question, and I'm sorry I had to step out, but do we have a result from the code board hearing on the 6th?
Yeah, she's good, it's part of her presentation.
That's part of our presentation.
Okay, and if.
We're trying to get this woman on the phone, the attorney on the phone right now,
Right.
so that she can be part of the meeting.
You calling her on your phone?
I told her to call me.
I have another comment.
Yes.
Okay, I asked the city manager, I do not understand for this particular piece of property, why
Amy, are you there?
we are doing this.
Hello. Just give us just a minute, please.
Here she is. Okay,
Continue.
Oh, okay. I'm just giving my presentation, Amy, at this time.
Okay.
It's the same one that I did Tuesday.
Okay.
An affidavit of non-compliance was filed and lien was reported to the clerk of the court. Able Sterling Development Incorporated purchased the property January 27th, 2022. The fine accrued for 217 days at $25 per day, total of $5,425. An affidavit of compliance was filed on August 24th. And the code enforcement received a request for lien reduction on August 25th. Able Sterling Development submitted the fine reduction and is asking the fine to be reduced to $100. Administrative costs are $544.60. This is a photo taken on March 3rd, 2020 of the roof that the Vances put on the property, on the house. Able Sterling bought the property in January 2022 and started renovating it, and they put a new roof on. That's the picture on the right, taken August 23rd of 2022 with a permit that has been finalized and approved back in May, which took off the old roof that did not have a permit, which put them in compliance.
My understanding, Pam, just for clarification, the entire, everything, the offense was that they did not have a permit to put the first roof on. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, I just want
Yes, the Vances did not have a permit.
Okay, they did not have a permit to do so.
And
Okay.
one other question, so when Able Sterling purchased the property in January, did they make an effort to settle the lien at that point, or?
No, they did not. My staff recommendation was to reduce the fine to $1,000 payable within 30 days of today's meeting on before October 8th, and the administrative cost of $544.60. And again, Able Sterling is asking it to be reduced to $100. Code Enforcement Board recommendation was to accept my recommendations of a total of $1,544.60. And the fine currently is $5,425.
Okay.
I gotta ask the same question. They never tried to close this lien when they purchased the house, correct?
That's my question too. Did they know about it?
Yes, they did.
And let me ask you another question. If they would have closed the lien and said, hey, we'll pay for the permit of the roof that was on the house, would that have been permissible as well?
Yes, they could have done that.
Okay, so I don't know, how much is a permit for a roof approximately?
$8.
Okay. You know, if they would have taken care of this when they purchased the house, the lien would have been $23.75. Because they didn't take care of it and they let it run until May, we ended up at, $54.50 or $54.25 was the total lien. $1,000 isn't enough. $100 is definitely not enough. But this should have been resolved when this house was purchased. They paid $38,000 for this home. Since if they would have paid the lien, it would have been about $42,375 that they paid for the house, or the person that they bought it from could have paid the lien, however they wanted to do it. But even at 54.25, they're still getting a pretty good bargain, paying $40,425 for the home as a total purchase price at this point. So that's my kind of take on the whole thing. But we can't just consistently give these things away. I mean, we're putting liens on the home for reasons. And a lot of times, I mean, this guy is a property development person. They gotta know what's going on here. Okay, and it's kind of underhanded that they're coming in and saying, hey, you know, I can get this for 38, and then I know Crescent City, right, will take the lien down. And I think we have to stop that practice.
We gotta stop.
Amy, can you hear the comments?
I unfortunately cannot hear a thing. All I can hear is what you're saying to the committee.
And she's representing Sterling, is that correct?
Yes, it was in your packet
Yeah.
with the authorization.
Okay.
So I have some questions,
Okay.
just real quick. Don't disagree with what Commissioner Burton said. So is this property up for sale now?
No,
It's not for sale. Is it rented?
no. A new gentleman, Mr. Alvarez, purchased the property on August 22nd.
That's what I'm saying. So someone else has purchased the property. Abel Sterling no longer owns it,
Correct.
but they're asking for the lien to be reduced?
Yes.
They asked for this, they submitted this request prior to the close of that property, correct? Is
No.
that- They did not? It was after the close of the property
Yes.
was when they asked for the request?
Yes.
Well, their attorney has been in contact with me. They sent me an email that was forwarded, communications with the city back in June, trying to get this figured out. They were doing everything that they possibly could, to get this figured out so they could get it satisfied, and then I guess they ran into some problems. I don't know everything that was, I got in after the fact. Their attorney just reached out to me as the attorney to see if I could help in the process, and then I just brought it up to the city manager. So they have been trying at least since June.
On my affidavit of cost, I listed 55 emails. I've had 55 emails up to the day I did my affidavit of cost. I've had more since then. Communicating with Melissa Champagne, Amy is her representative, trying to get compliance. And I was not aware that they had put a new roof on the house until August. They put a new roof on it in May, and they didn't communicate that to me at all.
When did they
Okay, but
close?
that's not your fault and
I
that's
know.
not our fault.
I know it's not, but I'm just saying that, you know, their stance is they try to do everything to comply. Well, to comply, you should have told me.
Yes, sir, Commissioner Banks.
You know, I think we let too many people go.
Yeah, we should do.
We need to cut it out immediately.
I agree.
We switch it and swap it.
It's too many.
And it's not fair to everybody. Cause I know personally, John Doe came in here and was so happy because we dropped the fine down from $1,000 to nothing. And he ain't been back to the property.
The one you're Randall?
I'm using John Doe, I don't know what.
The one who wrote the handwritten letter, the sob story?
So, you know, we just got to cut it out.
I'd like to say something else too.
It's not business-like. You do it for this one, and don't do it for that one, and do it for this one.
Let Commissioner Banks.
So it's time for us to come up with a standard. I know sometimes these fines, maybe we need to go back and study that, and don't add on so much. We'll get to be $100-some thousand for a piece of property that costs $200.
Okay.
No, you said that this was, the house was sold again?
Yes.
And what was the new sales price?
I don't know from the top of my head. Mr. Alvarez came into the office because he contacted the building department, and he expressed to us that he had purchased the property, and he was aware of the lien when he purchased the property, and he stated that the Abel Sterling has put approximately $9,000 in an escrow account pending the outcome of tonight's hearing.
Okay.
Okay, I have a motion.
I have,
Pam said she wanted to say something.
I have a copy of the deed. Let's see.
Mr. Alvarez said at closing, that when they went to closing, that he knew that the title company, and that the title company brought that to his attention, and so they pulled money out of the sale of the fort and put it in escrow.
It does not say on the warranty deed how much you paid for the property.
No, it won't. It won't.
Yeah, I should call in to say something. Does someone on the phone call in to say something?
But she's representing the Abel Sterling property
So she must have
development
known how much
people.
they got for
Does
it.
she want to make a statement?
Did she want she needed to
Amy,
say
do you want to make a statement?
I love things, but I have not been privy to any of the conversations that have been had thus far. I have no idea what has been said.
Can you all hear her?
Yeah.
Yes.
They can hear you.
Okay, well, that doesn't help me. 'Cause
No, it
I don't know
doesn't.
what's been said.
It was the same presentation from.
Yeah, it was the same presentation. The commissioners were just discussing the lien and the property sale to Mr. Alvarez.
Well, I would like to make a motion, and then we could communicate that to the attorney.
Okay, go ahead, Commissioner DeVito.
Okay, because Abel Sterling, which is a development company, bought this property when there was a lien on it, and apparently did not do their due diligence, and they didn't come forward to have the lien removed before all this took place, I move that we do not reduce the fine, that we keep it at $5,425, plus the full administrative cost of $544 to be paid by the end of the month as our code enforcement officer recommended.
So you
I'll
want-
second that.
Okay, there's a motion, Amy, to keep the fine at $5,425 and add the $544.60. Am I correct? As,
Administrative cost.
Administrative cost.
Is that correct, Commissioner DeVito? That was your motion?
Yes, and have it payable by the date recommended by the code
Reasons
officer.
that that motion would be, because we didn't own the property from the 3 years that's been assessed. This was a previous fine that was assessed, and I understand that we took it out. However, we had to use the previous owner's title company in order to purchase the property, and they did not disclose this loan, the lien, at all. We found it out after the fact, and it was one document that was recorded in public record that said it was a $25 a day fine, but there was absolutely no explanation as to what it was for or what we had to do. And when we were told it was just the roof, we were putting a new roof on, which was okay. But we did that in compliance as quickly as we possibly could. So I don't quite understand why we would be responsible for taking on the previous owner's fines.
Okay, I have a reply to that.
You bought the property with the fine in place. The title company.
Okay, there's a difference in what she's saying and what's in the
They
document.
absolutely did not disclose to us this fine until after we closed.
Well, you have legal ramifications to take up with the title company.
Okay, Mayor,
They communicated to me,
Let her speak to the lawyer.
the title company contacted me and I told them that the fine was running for the roof. I
Yeah,
have,
they didn't relay that to us at all.
You need to get an attorney.
You're in the title company. Okay, Commissioner Ito, did you want to read something?
I did. This is the code enforcement fine reduction request that's in our file from Able Sterling Property and Development Company. And it said at the time we brought the property, we didn't have information about what the code violations were. We were pressured to close without that information. I don't understand this.
Well, anytime, especially if you're in real estate, and especially in real estate, you need to be able to, you need to do your due diligence. And if you have a title company. Okay.
It's not ideal, that's for sure.
I can't hear anything. I can't even rebuttal, and I can't hear anything that's being said.
I don't.
How did you have her on the phone the other day, Pam?
Put it up to the microphone.
She's we had a Zoom.
You zoomed her? Okay.
This is the mayor. John Myers.
Gee, thanks, Pam.
Yeah,
It
she
doesn't.
can go, she can go on.
Yeah, she's there.
Okay,
Her name's Amy.
okay. Amy? We've heard what your concern was, but what one of the commissioners has brought forward is that, it says in the fine reduction request, you were pressured to close without information. And it sounds to me like, have you gone back to that title company and spoken to that title company?
I have numerous times.
Okay. So, and are you an attorney?
No. I worked for the previous owners,
Okay.
Able Sterling. I am their transaction coordinator.
Okay. We have a motion right now to accept this, as it was, I guess, the $5,425 plus the additional $534.66 administrative fees. And so, I believe that's something that you and your company are gonna have to talk to that title company, and that's why you have title insurance, and you make sure the due diligence is done, or they do their due diligence. So, right now, we have a motion and we have a second. I'm gonna go forward, all in favor, if there's no more discussion, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, nay. Okay.
On the October 8th date to pay by.
With the October 8th date to pay it by.
Thank you. Amy, did you hear that?
Okay, so moved. Thank you.
What was the purpose of Tuesday's meeting exactly?
When we have a code enforcement lien, the code enforcement board makes a recommendation to the commission, but the commission has final say on all code enforcement liens because they're the governing body that controls the lien.
Okay, Pam, we're gonna vote, if you want to continue the discussion, we're gonna go
Okay,
forward.
we're finished though.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, let's go to the next item on our agenda.
Could be the CRA meeting, do you want a bathroom break?
We could take a bathroom break. Does everybody need a bathroom break? Okay, I'm going to recess this for 5 minutes. Or until I bring it back. Oh, I am too. I don't ever eat before a meeting. I never eat before a meeting. Right. Please tell I'm the only one that likes this.
No, I it's in the.
But I'm ready. I'm ready.
So Mayor, this item is for the board to consider the CRA budget, to approve it, and to recommend approval to the city commission. Later in tonight's agenda, we have the entire budget package, which includes the CRA budget. So I wanted to take this opportunity, as I did last year when I presented the budget, to go through the redevelopment plan, the goals that are in the plan, and then I've had a lot of conversations lately about the CRA and the partnership and how they work together and what's the difference and so forth. I met for an hour and a half or so with Commissioner DeVito and Ms. Sykes about questions about the two organizations. So it had me think about incorporating some of that explanation, particularly for the audience, of what is the CRA and how does it work. And I think one of the recommendations was ways to take the CRA off my shoulders to get help with that, but that's really my background. You know, most city managers, a few are generalists, but usually they come up through the ranks. I've worked for former public works directors that became city manager. I've worked for a finance director that became a city manager. And I've known planning directors that become city manager. My background is redevelopment. I've done 25 years of redevelopment, both in CRAs and Main Street programs. I'm certified by the National Trust as a downtown manager, and I'm certified by the Florida Redevelopment Association as a redevelopment administrator, as well as a certified public manager. And I'm currently on the board of directors for the Florida Redevelopment Association. So I appreciate the sentiment, but this is my passion, redevelopment. I love doing it, and it's a lot of fun for me. And the one thing I've learned in all that time is that everything will be all right in the end. If it's not all right, it's not the end. I think John Lennon had the original quote, but I found that to be true over and over again. So CRA, just for the audience edification, anybody watching, it stands both for Community Redevelopment Agency and the Community Redevelopment Area. So you define an area in the community as a redevelopment area. It's defined by the presence of slum and blight, and that can be economic blight, it can be physical blight, it can be poor road patterns, it can be low employment. There are a number of factors that qualify the area as blight. And so we've done that in community, and a couple things. The primary mission of the CRA is removal of slum and blight. We've established a trust fund where we put the tax increment finance funds into that fund. And this is not a new tax, it's just taking the increase in ad valorem tax collected over the base year, which in our central CRA was 1995. So the property was valued at that point at $7.4 million, and the most recent estimation was $13.5 million. So we've seen an increase. The beauty is that we capture the county's portion too. So it's diverted from the general fund and from the county's portion into our trust fund to be spent within the program area. And I put an asterisk there because you can spend it outside for certain things. For instance, we can relocate people. If we buy their property, we could buy another home outside the district, the redevelopment area, and move them into that area. I did that in Groveland a couple of times where we were tearing down some blighted structures and we needed to relocate the occupants, the renters there. We do not get the school board's portion, the water district, anybody else's portion of the ad valorem taxes. So also those funds cannot replace general fund spending. In other words, anything we do that would be a normal ongoing thing has to be over and above what we would normally do. So for instance, we've been paying for new plants and medians because that was never a general fund expense. It was a grant funded project with the DOT, and so now we're able to make that a redevelopment project and pay for that. But we couldn't pay for things that for decades the general fund had been paying for, and we just lump it over onto the CRA to take that over. You have to adopt a redevelopment plan, and then you're supposed to update it every 5 to 7 years. So our current plan was updated in 2018, so we're almost due for an update. And you don't have to do everything in the plan, but if it's not in the plan, you can't do it. That's the main thing. And for that reason, plans are written very broadly, and ours does have some very broad. The CRA may engage in marketing activities, the CRA may engage to allow us the latitude, so we're not stuck with too much detail in the plan. It's a very common approach. Large CRAs with multi-million-dollar budgets, they do a very comprehensive approach. They often have staff for marketing, special events. They'll have construction managers, real estate people. There are some firms that actually will come in and manage your CRA for you. You just give them your TIF, and they have a staff and they manage multiple CRAs. Those are usually large, multi-million-dollar CRAs. But CRAs are good for doing the heavy lifting. If you have a large TIF, which we do not, you do a lot of infrastructure projects in the redevelopment area. Smaller CRAs like ours, we need to figure out how to leverage our dollars. And one great way to do that is partnerships through a Main Street program. To me, that's like the perfect scenario. Because a CRA, we can leverage our money through supporting the Main Street, the partnership in this case. And one of the ways is to alleviate them having to fundraise and so forth. We provide Christina a position for them so they can focus on the mission. The Main Street programs initially were developed for communities less than 50,000 people. Now there's urban Main Street programs all over the country. They're used in large cities have neighborhood commercial districts, which have Main Street programs, very common. Orlando has in Tampa St. Pete area have them. Miami has had them over the years. And the Main Street organization is a comprehensive approach. It's not the only approach out there, but in my experience, it's the most successful approach if you stick with it over time. The hardest part of the approach is sticking with it over time. And you cannot focus on one of the points over others. You can't just do special events. You've got to look at physical improvements, business improvements, and everybody working together. So as I mentioned, that's a good way for us to leverage our funds. So this is an example of that.
Can you say what those 4 points are?
It's design, promotion, economic vitality, and organization. It's the 4 committees of the partnership. So this was the proposed budget. I think it was actually adopted without too much change for the partnership. So the partnership, this revenue and expenses, it's a wash. They're a nonprofit, but that's almost $40,000 more pumped into our revitalization effort of leveraging our dollars. So it's a great way for us to get more bang for our buck, and our resources are going to get more and more finite. Even though our TIF's going to grow, our surplus is going to dwindle as we spend it. So these are our CRAs. We have a central CRA, which will sunset in 2035. That means it's going to end. So those funds will go back to the county that were going to the county, and our general fund will get a little boost from its half of the revenue. What some communities do, I was in Newport Richey, they made the entire city a CRA. Wauchula's done the same thing. Problem is, you cut off the legs of your general fund, so your general fund never grows, and everything has to go through the redevelopment agency, so it's a challenge. What we did in 2018, we formed the North CRA, which is shown here. So it'll sunset in 2058. And the South CRA is kind of an odd shape. It's here, and there's a little piece up here, boat ramp, what you call a marina, I guess. And down here, this is the future. This will really create an increase in the TIF for the South CRA. Because right now, you'll see.
Is that south of the park?
That's the proposed, RV park, Moonshine Landing. Those are our 3, those are the sunset years. We cannot extend, there's been legislation, a lot of anti-CRA legislation lately. They've stopped them from extending. That's why I believe, I wasn't here, but I think the reason you created separate ones, because this could only go 10 more years, and these could go 40 if we made them separate CRAs. So this, it's hard to see here, this yellow is the program area for the Main Street. We had to put something on the application, so we had to define the geographic area. Generally, the lines are a little blurred, but I overlaid that over the central CRA that kind of shows you it's a little small area versus all the rest of the CRA area. So this is the adopted redevelopment plan. And again, this plan, we don't have to do everything in the plan, but we can't do it if it's not in the plan. And these are really worded, if you read the plan, as recommendations, possibilities. So this is Sunrise Park, include a boardwalk. There's a boardwalk around our water plant and the old jail. There's an old prison there and waterworks it references. Some of this has been done. The trailer parking here at the boat ramp. The pier was done. That was a grant funded process. And then some, it says including restrooms, bait and tackle, fuel and marine supplies. So we got the restrooms in here, but not the rest of it. And then pedestrian connections to Central Avenue, which is this red up here, streetscape and sidewalk improvements to connect up to Central Avenue. This is also to explore historic-based tourism, identify suitable historic base, and they recommend the old jail, water wheel, and waterworks, which is our water tower, as well as restoration of the AME Church on Eucalyptus Avenue. Miller property development, we did a whole presentation on this. One possible concept was a hotel, and they did a pretty detailed drawing of that. The boutique hotel, I know a study was done later to show that we were very unlikely to get a flag hotel here. But also develop specific guidelines and objectives for development, which we talked about. Talked about developing a streetscape, and some of that is in the budget proposal and the request later tonight. So develop a streetscape design concept that links Lake Stella, Crescent Lake, and the marina, which could include angle parking, parallel parking, outlets, bulb outs, parklets, rain gardens, and so forth. And then explore a gaslight district option. We do have a gas line on Central, but I understand it's been abandoned. Also, this one is to develop marketing plan and promotional calendar and downtown logo. We've got an entire palette of logos and branding that we're having fun beginning to implement for the downtown. And then a parking program, acquire or lease land to support the expansion of free off-street parking, develop on-street parking as part of the streetscape plan. And then a promenade to allow balconies and verandas over the sidewalk, which would be an agreement with the city because that's in the public right of way. And then designate the Planning and Zoning Commission as the design review committee. Lake Stella Park improvements. This is to expand the facilities and expand the facilities and size of the park, improve active impact. So it talks about adding playground or exercise facilities in Lake Stella Park, and again creating those connections to Central Avenue through sidewalk improvements, which we call streetscape plan.
Which way are you going with that? North of the park?
No, this would be between, I guess the only place it would fit would be between the gazebo and the parking lot for Dexter Beach. And facade improvements, facade grants to assist property owners, also in-kind assistance that's available out there. Vacant land and remarketing program, so we could acquire key parcels of vacant land and market to developers specific elements of the plan. Develop fewer conflicting paths of ingress and egress into the downtown, and then place ornamental elements or icons at entrances to the downtown. We're looking at all those things. Establish a maintenance program for streetscape enhancements, so that's part of when we do the enhancements. And then this is actually ongoing now. Conduct review of the land use regulations to identify and reduce conflicts. Develop mixed-use zoning to eliminate conflicts. So we're looking at a downtown zoning district as part of that. And this just illustrates, this is the tourist-based Central Avenue, the Miller site, and the path of boardwalk. And then a design feature, which is this giant pier they recommended off the boat ramp. I guess it's a moon-shaped pier. And then marina enhancements here at the boat ramp, some of which have been completed already. And then talks about resurfacing Central Avenue, which has been done. Unfortunately, it did not implement any other, it wasn't part of the grant scope to implement any of the other improvements such as sidewalk enhancements. The recommendation is to keep the old sidewalks, which I'll show you in a second. This red represents the brick pavers we'll talk about in a second. Wooden deck down here is brown, and the green areas here they call bioswale system. It's a way to catch the stormwater rain. So this was an illustration of the streetscape. This one there is yellow brick, orange brick, which I don't care for, and it leaves some grass there, which is a maintenance issue. And this side is gone. This is a rain garden, so it's actually about a foot deep. So it catches the first flush of rain. All the cigarettes and everything gets caught up in there, and then we're able to clean it out of there rather than running down into the lake. But this is what we're working on. This is an illustration of improvements to this building and the streetscape. Later on the agenda, I've got a request for brick pavers. It'll be this section here. From here, there's a driveway over here, all the way to Prospect, to create sort of a snapshot of our design. Trees won't be this big, obviously. We're going to start with crepe myrtle trees. That'll be probably about this high. And then we've had some great ideas. The bricks eventually could include, crescent moon shapes or mosaic inlays, many things, but if we get it installed, we can begin to enhance that and make it charming. For the north and south CRA, the goals are very simple in the plan. Just bring water and sewer to the entire CRA district, pave dirt roads, and then participated if possible in bringing meaningful broadband. This was before we had the fiber come into the community. Also worked with planning and zoning on Grove Avenue and Williams Lane neighborhoods, and work with outside agencies to assist with qualified single-family housing that results in home ownership and CRA. And then finally, provide facade grants, in-kind assistance, et cetera, for property owners within those redevelopment areas. So this budget has all that in mind, and the work plan also. And I passed this out to you. I won't go through all this detail. For the central CRA, it's based around the Main Street four-point approach. The design committee looks at the physical environment, so it's lots of enhancements in beautification, installation of streetscape improvements, all the way down. You just recently approved the mural, bench mural, so we will assist with those projects as they come forward. This is in your, this is available if anybody wants to read it. We have this printed out. The promotion, which is the image and special events and marketing. Again, we see we'll be in a support role for all these events. Some of them are partnerships, some of them are some of our partners putting on those events. And we're creating a master events calendar. And there's a copy somewhere. Where's the quarterly? Did you put it over there?
It's on the wall.
Oh, it's on the wall. We began putting out a quarterly event poster to show what's coming up for the quarter. Special events, begin marketing those. Also part of that promotion is the downtown Facebook page, the downtown website. Later on the agenda, I'm asking to issue an RFP for a website. And then we're still working on revamping the visitcrescentcity.org site. And then for economic vitality, this is our business. We're going to be assisting the partnership with things like ribbon cuttings, Small Business Saturday, Cyber Monday, field trips to other communities, and assisting with merchant mixers and so forth. Again, working on the business environment downtown. And finally, the organization component, which is so important, getting everybody on. So we participate in the board of directors. I serve as the city CRA liaison on the Main Street board. Half the board for the partnership are representatives from the other organizations in town. And then we provide funding for a full-time director who's also our CRA manager. And we assist them in these other efforts when we can to facilitate their success. So this is the central CRA. This is nothing new from what you've seen other than we adjusted the insurance numbers. We got a little better information, and we still are waiting on the final numbers for the health insurance item. But what I did, you've got this printout, I referenced the goals from the previous slides of what these items represent. So the main focus, this repair, maintenance, and replacement improvements is those streetscape elements, the hanging flower baskets, brick pavers, physical improvements to the street. Advertising and marketing is for the website and for promoting the downtown as a destination. This festivals and special events is another large item. We currently provide special event grants as well as funding some of the helping with the new events. The facade grant is still there at $40,000. And then this indirect cost allocation, that's, the CRA doesn't have a separate staff, finance, they use city staff. So we do a calculation and they contribute to the general fund to cover those other positions rather than employing double the amount of people. So this, again, this will change because this transfer of fund balance, that's the leftovers from the current year. That's an estimate of $75,000. That changes every time we spend more money this year, so that'll go down probably. And then in November when we come back with a budget adjustment, we'll have the actual leftover amount and we'll adjust this accordingly. So the North CRA, I wanted to show you some pictures of the improvements. There's a recommendation to improve the landscaping and right-of-way. So in other words, improve what's ours up there. This is an example. These aren't actually bushes. These are weeds under the sable palm trees. One of my pet things I've been working on. I want to put something flowering in there. But also recommend and incentivize landscape and facade improvements for private property. So this is the Save-A-Lot Plaza. This is the Chinese food restaurant. This is the front of the 333 does not own this property, but it's at their entrance. So those things need a little coaxing, and so I'll give you an example of that. This is the Save-A-Lot Plaza as it looks today. So one thing that could happen there is some facade improvements, introduction of tree islands, landscape islands. We want to put that in our code in the future where it's required. And then the introduction of public space out there. This is Spanky's. Imagine they had outdoor seating. It'd be great for them to expand their seating area. It'd be great for us. It's a great look. Activates the plaza. And the company that does these renderings for us, they do this. They renovate the plaza. This is another community, very similar architecture. It was mostly empty. There is a, I forget what that department store is there, Belks or something. But this was all empty. So they do a rendering where they sacrifice a little bit of the parking that comes right up to the sidewalk, turn it into public space. And this is what that looks like in reality. Same plaza, now it's full. They added a little bit of landscape. It's not really shady, but they added area for people to gather and congregate. There's a fountain here. This is another view of that same plaza. Added a lot more pedestrian space. Previously, it was totally, completely oriented to automobiles. This is another view of that. They built a little pergola here for the yoga clothing store. There's a Steinmart, that's what's there. This is another plaza, another community. You've probably seen these if you travel the old US highway system. You see a lot of these old, there were Zayres and one of those other big box stores. So this one, they totally redid the architecture in the front and repurposed it into a medical facility, office facility, with new landscaping, just a new front, and made a real difference. So the company we work with specializes in that, and they can help us with renderings and so forth. Also, identifying the dirt roads. We did not get the grant for the dirt roads, the NSCOT FDOT grant, the $650,000, which we just got one last year, so it's not a surprise. So we'll apply again next year. There are some dirt roads in the North Sea area, not many in the North Sea area, mostly just this road, and then it turns the corner down there. A new entry feature, new brand, enhancements we'll look at for the intersections. And then I mentioned the Visit Crescent City, that's where we can highlight businesses in that district, and then develop alternative uses for vacancies. So this is the budget for the north. Again, this transfer fund balance will change, but about $169,000 we're anticipating. The big number here is improvement projects. These are the goals it relates to. And this good, I can come back to you with facade grant program for the north end, a landscape grant program for the north end, how we want to do that, and also the improvements that we want to do in landscaping and so forth. A little bit of money for advertising, marketing, and then this is again the transfer to the general fund for administrative charges. And then finally on the south, this is a tiny area, but we could do an entry feature. We could clean up buildings like this, offer renderings and pressure to let us clean you up. Some of these banners can be funded out of this fund because part of the US 17 where we put banners is in this district. And this is the budget for that. It's a very small budget. We're expecting less than $20,000. And then so the big thing there is improvement project, about $11,000. Not much to work with there. A little bit for professional services. We could do those renderings. And then most of this might go for the new entry feature at the south end. So that's the budget. It's all nothing new in terms of the numbers, other than I think we may have adjusted the insurance numbers a little bit. I'll be happy to take your questions.
I should have properly, when I spoke earlier, I should have opened up our CRA, so. When we recessed, I knew we were coming back into that, and I apologize, that was my error. So we are now open our CRA. So. Okay, commissioners, thank you for the presentation.
You're welcome. Nice presentation.
So I'm going to open it up for, we've got our budget in front of us. Yes.
I have some questions and comments about our central CRA in particular. Am I recognized?
Yes.
Okay. This is really for all of us and our city manager. When I look at the central CRA budget, it has always concerned me, and it continues to concern me. we have made quite a few structure improvement grants this year, and we are able to do that because we have the carryover funds from prior years, correct?
Yes.
And the budget this year with the carryover funds is 178, 127. The problem is our recurring revenue is only 103,000. The basic operating costs and expenses for the central CRA, when you add them all up, are 65,669 for this year. That really only leaves, if you don't have the carryover, $37,331. That is not a lot of money to pay for programmatic expenses for a CRA. That is very minimal. What concerns me about the way we're doing this is number one, our CRA grant program is a pure grant. So of the funds that we have granted this year, there's no restrictions on them and none of them are coming back to us. Most CRAs do a 50% match. And basically, you know, unless something happens, we are going to run out of grant funds. And we have crumbling buildings. I mean, structure improvement is a big need in our city, particularly in our downtown. But we're running out of that money. So I mentioned a few meetings ago that perhaps we could restructure our grant program to conserve that money, either do it as a loan or have a match. And I have something to hand out here. I looked at how some other cities do it, and almost all of them require that match. And so that would conserve our funds. As well, something that really concerns me is we don't really, for all the things that are shown here, we as a board, we've skipped a step. We're the CRA board. You have shown us things that are in this giant 50 to 100 page CRA plan, but as a board, we've never set the priorities and we've never put a cost to them. I looked at Holly Hill's plan. Holly Hill, for every project that they have a way that they're gonna pay for it. We haven't done that step. We don't have a clear direction of what exactly are our priorities, what do we want to achieve, how are we going to fill these vacant buildings. I think as a board we need to spend some time talking about that, and as well, for years, we in the CRA, we have done sidewalks and we have done superficial improvements. That does not get us to filling buildings or generating income. So we can pass the budget is what it is, but when it comes to approving expenses, I think that we need to look at how we're spending our money and make sure that we have the money to continue with the priorities. We need to set the priorities. And we've talked about in the past hiring a grant writer. A lot of CRAs fund their revitalization projects with grant money, but we don't have a grant writer. And I think we need one, because where exactly is the money going to come from to do these things? So this is a good start, but we've never actually, as a CRA board, made priority decisions or figured out how to fund them. And I think that's our responsibility to do. And I think that if we don't change how we spend the money, we run the risk in the central CRA of basically running out of money to do anything except pay staff and maybe do a little bit of marketing and festivals. And that has never gotten us to where we want to go. And I think we need to have an honest discussion about where do we want to go, how are we going to get there, and what dollars are going to be allocated to those steps. Otherwise, I think we're going to be in trouble.
Thank you. Commissioners, do we have any other comments?
I think that Charles has given us a pretty good path as to where we're gonna go and how we're gonna get there. I mean, money is always gonna be a concern. I know I'm taking a class to learn a little bit more on how all of it works. I have to admit that I can look at some of this and not understand how the dollars kind of work. So it's important for all of us as commissioners to understand that.
Yes.
But I think, overall, looking at the plans, and looking at the dollars that will be coming in and the amount of time that we have, okay, especially in the north and the south, we have time to figure out a lot of things and how to get there from here today. So, and I appreciate that you love this stuff. And so I think that's really important, that's step one. So.
Well, one good point Commissioner DeVito brought out is about the revenue side. I think we really need to maybe, do our grants a little different. So they can bring in some revenue. By, if we pay 50-50. And either they have to pay a portion of it back. We still seeding our revenue. Another good point you brought out, if we don't soon create a mechanism to generate some funds or run out the revenue. So, Charles, you have a...
Sure. Our hopefully, an outcome of our results, our activities, is that the value of the property goes up. So our ad valorem revenue increased. It jumped a little bit this year.
Yeah, it did.
And it'll, for instance, in the south CRA, when the RV park is completed and is reassessed, it'll jump quite a bit, I believe. And then hopefully in the central and the north as well, we get a new project in the north. The O'Reilly's is going to help the TIF when that goes on the tax rolls and so forth. So that revenue will keep going up. But the leftovers we had, I got here, it was under $200,000. So that was going to run out. It's just how fast does it run out? And so our recurring revenue has always been kind of under 100,000 in the central. It's going to hopefully crawl up, hopefully exponentially. We'll see what happens as we make improvements. So my approach was, let's take that $200,000, let's just get it done. My experience in other CRAs is when you have a matching program, you have very few applicants. I've never had anyone do a loan. There's just no interest. And there may be, we could try it. My prediction would be we would drop to no projects if we had a match, or we might get, because we currently have a match. We have
Our last two
we
were
have a
matches.
$1,500.
Correct?
Our last two grants were matches.
They were matches.
But we already had a $1,500 matching grant program, and I couldn't find when the last applicant was. It was years ago in that program.
I think it was the Mexican.
Was it the Mexican restaurant?
Yeah, restaurant. That was one.
So my thought was that it's not a bad program or wrong, it just wasn't getting much of a result. So I took the approach of, this grant is, the way it's written is it's what we target. We say to an owner, we want to make these changes to your building, and if you're willing, we'll pay for it. And you have to pay us back if you change it within 5 years, but we want to get it done. And then someone else comes to us and says, hey, we want you to do my building, which we really didn't have our sights on. We offer that. We'll match you. You can pay for half, we'll pay for half. And I think that will spread the money. The money's going to run out, whether it's in 1 year or 3 years, that surplus is going to be gone. And then we need to be clever. Let's say we have maybe as you mentioned, $30,000 left approximately in the central. So we leverage that, like with grants for organizations doing special events. We might go down to just little tiny grants where we do awnings and doors and windows and little $1,000, $2,000, $4,000 projects. Or we use it to apply for, we can apply for a community development block grant at the expense, we couldn't do a water project that year. We could say, this year we want to get a CDBG, $650,000, and we'll do nothing but facades downtown. When I was in Eustis, they did that. Leesburg used it one year as part of a parking garage, but you have to give up your public works project for that year to apply for that grant, unless you apply for an economic development grant, which creates jobs. So we'll have to get more clever. The best thing, I feel like the best money we'll spend is our CRA Main Street position, where we're leveraging that organization and all their volunteers and community connection by taking care of that overhead for them, so they can focus on the mission, which is revitalization. So we can switch to a 50% grant, if you give me that direction. We can do that in the north. We need a grant program up there, I think, in the north. But my suggestion is let's look at how much we get, how much action we get on it. And if no one's applying, we rethink it. Like, it's a fair grant, but nobody wants it. So we need to look at what will get the job done. Do we go in and clean things up, or do we wait and hope they'll participate?
Well, I don't want to focus just on the grant, but for example, grants that we apply for. In the past 2 years, there was a huge amount of federal money. We missed out on, we had the opportunity, we didn't apply. We could have had either the AME Church or the New Moon Lodge paid for with a state grant. They funded $55 million. They funded every single project that applied. So basically, we have this aspiration of historic tourism, but to me, there are two places to generate more money, because our net over our basic expenses is going to be in future $30-something thousand a year or a little bit more.
And growing.
Well, the buildings are vacant.
Yeah.
So if they grow just because the taxes get bigger, we're going to have an even worse problem, because vacant buildings with taxes rising don't do very well. So to me, what it looks like other CRAs do is they apply for grants to provide the funding for the projects that they want to do. And as well, most of our CRA overlaps with our historic district. And to me, a potential money generator is to use CRA funds to generate more funds, to put money towards hiring a grant specialist, or not hiring, contracting with, and also to use some of that money to work on our historic preservation plan, so that we will have a framework for what we need to do. And if we do that plan and we become a certified local government, then we qualify for no match grants, which would be really huge for us. So I think we need to look at how we're using, as you said, be smart about using our money. What are we going to use it for? We need to use it for something that generates funding so that we can do our projects. So that's what I want us to concentrate on.
And we need to keep in mind, and he didn't share this, but we can share it, is that we have made application for the Main Street. Christina put a tremendous amount of, I mean, oh my gosh, just the data she had to gather for that. That was submitted and arrived last week. We defend that on October 25th, where we compete for that. And when we do that, that will also enhance our ability. It moves us up the ladder as far as getting recognized in these grants that we apply for. So that'll be a huge benefit to the CRA as well.
Okay, but the problem is, if we don't have someone to help us apply for grants.
We understand we need a grant writer.
Yeah.
We all understand that.
Okay.
I think you've shared that quite often.
Okay,
and we've all agreed that we need that. We
So-
just have to figure,
How to pay for it.
how do we pay for it? How are we gonna pay for it?
And also, I think it would be helpful if we could get a copy of the grant application and we could see the area of Main Street. That would just, obviously, we don't need that now. But anyway, so.
What
that's-
grant application?
I mean, our Main Street application.
Oh,
Sorry.
okay.
With the outline. So anyway, so, it's
Okay.
a very fine budget, and as you say, things are details are worked out later, but that's my recommendation about the details.
Okay, thank you.
I want to comment that I feel feel like part of my job, particularly because of my background, is to bring to you recommendations for redevelopment plans, ideas, and the way I see it, in improving the budget and the presentation I showed you, you're giving me the go-ahead to implement those plans. Like what I'm hearing, Commissioner DeVito, is you don't agree with the approach, and I get that, but I don't see any agreement from the rest of the commission for that, so I just keep going forward with the plans that in my view have been approved by the board. I think it's a successful approach. We have limited resources, and we're going to leverage those to the best of our ability. So I know you've brought up many times that we need goals and objectives, we need an action plan, and I've supplied those to you over and over again. But we have a plan, we have goals, and we're moving, and I think we're making a difference, and we're making progress.
So, but everything that you showed us, we do not have a way to pay for all those things. And we are leveraging the little resources we have with volunteers. But and I think the mayor agrees with me, we cannot really successfully operate this CRA on $100,000
I believe we
a
can.
year.
I'd give it a go, let's put it that way. So I'd like to go ahead and move to approve the CRA budget for the year 2023.
And to recommend the city commission approve as well.
Yes.
We have a proper motion, we have a second, do we have any other discussion?
Are we taking public comment?
I'm going to.
I'm just
Right now, I'm
asking.
asking for any other discussion
No.
from the commission. Okay. I will open it up for public comment. Please come forward. State your name, state your address. Karen, we'll start there.
I have some questions on this Crescent City future land use. It'll probably be to you. Mind if I come over here and show you this?
Is that regarding the CRA? Is that's
The future land use in Crescent City.
okay, that's not.
Lake Stella, he was already talking about that. I wanted to address it while it was still fresh in your memory. It's looking like they're gonna take my property on Lake Stella. Do you know what that's gonna do to the value of my home? If they take that property, that's right here. It's right here.
That's not, well, I don't know.
I just found it on the internet, and that's why I was gonna ask.
I'd be happy to meet with you later. It's not relevant to this discussion, but I'll be happy to meet.
But nobody's
Yeah,
proposing
nobody's taking
to take your property.
It's future.
That was in our comp
Future
plan, that's
land
future.
use, Crescent City. And it's got them taking my property. Everybody that has property, from my house north, there's only like 7 of us. And all that property is gonna be taken from what I
No,
see.
no, sir.
No, sir.
Yes.
No, sir.
I can explain it to you later. Yeah, it's nobody's taking any property.
Don't be
Yeah, that's
afraid,
what it's
we're not
doing.
taking, yeah, nobody, that has not even ever been
Got a
discussed.
bad heart, don't be doing that to me.
Yeah.
Thank
And
you.
if that was to happen, you would have ample opportunity.
For what?
To speak against that, so.
But you just take it anyway.
Yes, sir, you-
Hi, I'm Danny Miller, 1400 Sunset Drive, Winter Park. Just a couple of quick questions. It seems like the general conversation has been about the allocation of limited assets, cash, when the city partners with property owners to improve their property. So in order that those assets be allocated in the most efficient manner possible, are there some objective criteria that are looked at in evaluating the worthiness of a project and to rank them so that the money is applied in the most effective manner? Any investment you're looking for a return on, I understand it's very difficult to measure things. We're really kind of trying to raise the tide, but where it is applied to specific properties, are there budgets, guesstimates, whatever, what the economic impact of those investments of limited assets would be? And are there plans to measure how the performance was to plan? Because that's the way that we learn and improve and move forward and make sure that those limited funds are being applied in the most efficient manner possible.
if I may, just two other quick things. The schedule of events you showed, if you would, from a historic preservation hat, if you'll include the May Historic Preservation Month, it was a big success last month. I suspect it's just a simple oversight. And also, I just want to echo what I sense is a broad sentiment for a grants writer and encourage you to move as aggressively as you possibly can on that. I'll give you a good example. We've got something just last week, and it's a grant that I think the application deadline is September. Within the city, I don't think we have the expertise to write a grant application. We certainly don't in the Historical Society. We're still kind of got training wheels and in learning mode. But this grant was right up our alley for the Jethro Baptist Church, which could become the shining example for historic preservation in this town. I can't think of a more worthy project. But see, if we have a grants writer, we could go after that money. And there's so much money out there, grant money for African-American heritage and cultural sites and that kind of thing, that I think we have a good chance. So enough said, please make it a high priority. So if you could address those questions about the criteria and that kind of thing, please.
I believe that, I knew I saw in here somewhere, that you have the Promote the Historic Tour that was in the Central CRA.
Yeah, but I don't
That's
have
not
the Preservation Month.
the
as-
Preservation
yeah,
Month, but that was,
just
okay.
oversight. It's a new thing.
Okay, thank you. Okay,
You want me
we
to
have-
address there are grant criteria
Yeah, please.
in the application, what we look at, and then any measurement would just be looking at property values over time to see if over time what the increase was over the general increase in the community. That's the only quantitative measurement, would be the value, the appraised value. And that's common in CRAs, you'll just look back over time and show that, downtown they went like this, whereas everywhere else they went like this. So it's the only quantitative measure.
And the ranking criteria, if I may?
We don't rank them because we don't have a deadline. Like, we don't have, everything has to be in by the 30th, and then we rank order the applicants. We bring them forward as they come up. So it's not a deadline driven.
So is it kind of a first come, first serve approach?
Essentially.
Again, I'd suggest, since we're talking about allocation of limited resources, that some sort of objective criteria is going to get us away from a first come, first serve to what's going to give us the biggest bang for our buck in the city. You might want to give that serious consideration. Thank you.
Thank you.
So far, most of the applications I've generated, so I thought they were important.
Yeah.
Diane Sykes here for Chestnut Street. Just a request, I guess. I was on the CRA advisory board, and we had an advisory board, and I was told by the city manager that in order to create an advisory board, again, that would be up to the commission to vote on whether or not they wanted a CRA advisory board. I'd like to request that we have one and like to be on it, if the board.
Do you live within the,
Huh?
is Chestnut within any of our CRAs?
No.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, we have one, and the board, the commission never formally got rid of it, so I don't know why it was disbanded, but it just, I think, the C word, I think everything got disbanded back then. But I do appreciate, Commissioner Burton, that you are taking the CRA class. That's good. I've taken it, and I know Lisa's taken it.
Both are going.
And since you are the board, it would be good for you guys all to take the CRA class. But I would like to be on the advisory board if the commission is willing to resurrect it.
I think there's some of organizations that need grants, need 501c3, and it doesn't have them.
That's right.
And that could cause a problem too, because we were trying to deal with the large. And see, they don't have a 501c3, but they are working on it.
They got it.
They got it now.
They got it now?
Yes, sir.
Well, good, well, good.
They just got it.
I'm happy about that.
They just got it. any other public comment? You know, unfortunately, and I'll say this because I've been pretty involved in this as well as everybody else has. These buildings for so very long have been ignored and really kind of abandoned. And unfortunately, as businesses have come in, and I know, Charles, you and Christina both get phone calls constantly, don't you, with people inquiring. They come to our little, you know, special city, and they look in here and they're like, okay, I'd like to have a business here. I want to, you know, do a business. And it's hard for us with the current structures that we have for them to go in it. They're cost prohibitive in many ways. And so, and hoping that some of this that we're doing is going to make that a little more beneficial and make it more attractive for those businesses to come in, because just some of the ones that we've spoken to before they even turn the lights on, you know, they've got to put 250 to shoot down here, maybe $1 million into a project. And, you know, and we're not right now, we're just not guaranteeing that they're going to have a positive outcome just based on the activity. And so I think we're all just striving for the same thing. I think when we close our eyes, you know, it's what do you see? And, you know, when I close my eyes, I see people up and down that street, busy, bustling with, you know, sitting at restaurants, carrying bags, and it's just, hopefully we'll get there, you know, but for so long, just nothing has really happened. And I'm very encouraged right now with what's going on North Central Avenue. So, with that. Okay, so, do we have any other discussion? Yes, sir?
We got to do things to kind of entice people to come. I look at the city of Palaca, and I've been talking to some of the commissioners, what is on the board at the present time over there. And I think we all can see where Kmart was in Palaca. And I don't know whether the one owner owned it, the building, but didn't section it at all. They got somebody in every building.
They got it built now.
They got it built. And I see where somebody bought a company tomorrow. So
Yeah,
they're on the move. But I really think Crescent City is striving to try to get there. But we always been striving. You know, down on the south end, they call Crescent City. Yeah. But we're striving, and we're gonna get there. It just takes time. So I know the Union Methodist Church. Now, we really tried to get them to go forward. But the one thing about the Methodist Church in Crescent City, and the Jethro, they send pastors the biggest of time from Jacksonville, the land. And they, you know, I hate to say this, they really ain't too much concern, because I know we really, when Patrick Kennedy was our manager, he really tried to get a grant, but the pastor was in Jacksonville, and he wasn't concerned. He couldn't even get him to come down here and meet with him. Patrick put a light on his head and crawled up under there so he could kind of, he was trying to fix it so they could get a grant, because it is another one of the oldest, not the oldest in the city.
Yes.
But he couldn't get no attention from the leadership.
Yeah, I tried to meet them there. The sign said we're back 10 a.m. Sunday, and I was there at 9:45, and nobody came. Not even the congregation. I don't know where they're back, but it wasn't there. So.
Well, it's hard.
It is.
We are striving.
Okay. So right now, we have a proper motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Okay, so moved.
Mayor, the next item is kind of a unique grant request to you, effectively to try to save the building. I don't know what I call it, the arcade building, the building with the arches, and a furniture store. It's one of our
building.
most unique, interesting, I think it's one of our treasures, and it's being eaten every day. I think we lose a little bit more in that building. I think one of the obstacles for it selling is that it needs tenting, it needs termite control. And I know this isn't a final solution for it, so I understand if you have some trepidation, but I feel like I want to do something to incentivize the sale. We take this off this little barrier off the way, the building has been tented, and the termites and there are other types of pests in the building, will be taken care of. No, the four-legged variety.
Yeah, they do have, yeah. There's some-
Just save the building. Yeah, I hate to see it getting a little worse every day. There are a lot of people interested in that building. A lot of offers have been made, much lower than the asking price. So I'm optimistic. They'll have to spend probably $500,000 or more into that building. I talked to a gentleman who's talking about restoring the apartments first, start generating revenue, and then work on the first floor. But I've talked to a lot of people and I've never seen them again. So, but this is an obstacle, I think, somebody buying it. And so my request to you is to consider that we tent the building, and we can enter an agreement with the property owner that as with the sale of the building, that they'll renew the annual payment to maintain the warranty on the work. Work with Bobby to draft something to that effect if you approve the idea of awarding the grant.
So moved.
Second.
Can we have a proper motion and a second of approval? Do we have any discussion?
About time.
I'm gonna speak out against, I do want to say this. When we're talking about being selective, and Charles, you know, I've shared with you I've been through that building with Christina, and I've stood there with her when she spoke to the property owner. And as much as I say we need to do all we can to preserve that building, I'm just not sure that his heart is in the game right now. And I'm just wondering if possible, if we could do something that as an incentive that should somebody, because if you don't do something with those, there's that opportunity for them to come right back. And if we do something to incentivize the sale, that with the new owner, we would be willing to tent the building. That's something that I just, he's got there's some activity in there that we have shared with him that should not be in there, and they're still there. And there's releases. Unlicensed businesses, and it's not fair to the ones across the street. I mean, to some of the people right across the street and down the road, what's going on there, because they're unlicensed, and he's aware of that, but he still has yet to have done anything about that. And so, I just wanted to share that while we're trying to, I would be more than willing to help the new owner that had a plan to do everything they could for that building. This current owner, I'm just not sure that and then I'm concerned that if he goes a year without selling that building because of the disrepair, is he gonna pay that warranty? And, is he gonna be willing to pay that warranty on that building, knowing what we've just invested? That's just my thoughts on that. So if we have.
Yeah, what would the penalty be if you did not pay that?
Well, we could write in, currently we say, if for instance, if you get an awning and you take the awning off and sell it, you owe us for the awning in the agreement. Could we put in there, if you don't renew the warranty after a year?
And you have to pay for it?
Is due.
We would have to put something I would think we'd have to put something on lien on the property, but.
I'm gonna take just listening to what Michelle the mayor had to say. It's, I think it's troublesome to know that he's still got businesses in there, and he can go for a long time without selling that building because of that, not just the termites. but how are you gonna sell a business when you walk through and you see a bunch of, I don't know what's going on in there, okay, but let's say something that just kind of, shouldn't be happening, and I'm going in to look at the building and say, well, you know, we're trying to sell this building, and you see that activity, you're gonna have trouble selling it anyway, so.
Well, we're working on that, we're pursuing that, we reported the activity, and the state has come and looked.
Okay, so I was just, that was my next question was, what are we attempting to do to clean that up, you know, and.
It was reported, she came, but there was nobody present for her to deal with.
Inspect salons and,
Yeah.
and nail places, the regulation, the regulator of those businesses showed up.
Okay.
Unable to do inspection. So my approach is I take the owner out of the equation, because we've had conversations about what can we do to start saving buildings rather than waiting until we're voting on demolition. So to me, this is, can we stop the demolition by neglect, by termites, and then keep trying to, and it may be a year from now he hasn't sold it, and I come back to you and say, I'm requesting we pay the renewal. To me, the building's that important, that we save that building. This guy's neglectful, and I'd hate for him to screw up this, one of the few last remaining jewels we have on Central Avenue.
Mayor, I have a couple questions.
Yes.
First of all, thank you for looking out for the building, because it is a jewel. Where was I going with this? Oh, one observation I have is we have a workshop coming up on minimum maintenance standards. If we enact minimum maintenance standards, would there not be then the ability to issue code violations?
Yes.
So in other words, that would give us leverage. That would create a situation where we would not in future have to let buildings just go downhill. We could nip this kind of thing in the bud, and we could address ongoing neglect. Secondly, whatever activity is going on in there, even if the regulatory agency won't shut them down, don't people have to have a business tax license?
That's the issue. They don't have one with us or with the state.
Or with the state.
So what can we do if someone fails to have a business tax license?
Well, we report them to the state, which is one thing we do. The salon and the nail place are regulated, need a necessary state license.
Okay, but if people don't have a business tax license, what do we normally do? What's our?
We just get them a notice.
We sit Pam on.
Yeah, Pam can cite them.
She goes over there and she says.
There's
you do
paperwork
this,
we can
this,
do.
this, and this,
Right,
and
so I'm
if
saying,
they don't provide it,
are we doing everything that we can?
Yes.
To address that activity? And the other thing is, do we have any avenues to put a code violation in with the landlord that allows this?
I wish Pam was still here, but she's the one that brought it to our attention and
Right.
notified the state inspector to come in.
Well,
So we're pursuing what we can do.
Well, and Christina and I'll be honest with you, we walked through the entire building upstairs and downstairs, and that's,
They're by appointment only, so it's very difficult
and it's
to know
usually
when someone's there.
late in it's after hours.
There's no signage, so we didn't even know.
There's no signage, and so after hours, meaning that you'll see cars parked over there, sometimes on a Friday afternoon after 5 o'clock.
Right.
You'll see cars parked in there, and more in the, when it's not, when it's not convenient for somebody to come in there and check on it. And so that's,
Well, okay, there's a lot of people who live in the area. I live a block and a half away. Everybody drives by there. If there's something we need to look out for and report, let us know and we can do it. But the other thing I wanted to speak to is for the termites. It's not good to have an active termite colony in the middle of downtown. There's all kinds of houses around there. So I am fully in favor of getting rid of that because that can affect other properties in the area. And again, it's another reason for minimum maintenance standards because it addresses the termite issue. So I think this place is a hazard and we need to make a full court press.
But Mayor, I also think that the city ought to be able to control
Yes.
a situation like that. person just was an individual building himself, and he didn't have a license, how would we handle that? Would we just let him continuously sell apples? I just use apples now, for the product, and we don't never shut it down?
No, I believe we have the ability to shut them down, and again, I wish Pam was here, what our needs are, whether we can go in with law enforcement and physically shut them down, or just by citations
And again,
and
it's,
confrontation.
typically it's after hours. And I mean, I would say that if you did anything, it would be my recommendation that if we're going to do this, then we also do it contingent on him bringing everyone in compliance there. Those are his leases. I mean, that's just something to think about.
I'm not sure if I can investigate if we can cite the property owner if the tenants are.
Well, I'm not.
I think if it's a violation of the code and there's a code lien, it's gonna be on the landlord, because it's on the property, it wouldn't be on the business. So it would be his or her, I don't know, their problem.
Well, he got to know they're in there, because evidently he collected some revenue somehow.
He's collecting revenue from them. He knows it. He knows they're in there. He's aware of it. And you've got the young lady who's been trying to open a sweet shop for almost a year now. And she still hasn't gotten her final inspections. So that's all. So, do we have any other discussion?
Is there any way we can recoup this money from him? On the sale of the property?
We can ask.
No, I think we would have to agree to that.
Yeah.
That's not like a unilateral thing.
Okay, all righty.
I mean, but remember, this is can we make contingencies in this? Can we set contingencies in this if we're gonna do this?
We could make a contingent on him, well, he has to sign the application, which we currently have, which has a payback provision. But this isn't really an improvement, this is stopping destruction.
This is,
We could put a clause in there that he's got to agree to renew it, the warranty in a year, or the whole grant is due back to us.
yeah, I like that.
And we're putting in the sale agreement.
I do like that,
Is that some language?
Yeah, and it looks like, that's what I was looking up, it looks like if you don't have a business license, or business tax license within the city, then there's a fine. There's a fine for it, but just looking at it, it looks outdated. I mean, it can't be more than 25% of the cost of the business license, which is only
$35.
So, I mean, that's no.
There's no teeth,
Yeah.
there's no teeth in it. So-
Our one provision is we cannot award a grant if someone's has code violations. So I don't know if we've cited him already for anything, I'll have to find out.
No,
Well, that could be an incentive for him to clean up, though.
Yeah, take care of this and we'll
To get
take
rid
care of the termites.
Just think that,
Clean up.
see, it's down in Maitland, it's Titusville or someplace like that, Brevard County.
I think he's in the Daytona area. He doesn't live around town. So I will say, I would like to say that the only reason we even knew that there were active businesses there, with the exception of the nutrition shake shop that was there, was because some of the businesses were advertising online, and it was brought to my attention. And then when it was investigated and looked upon, we realized further that these businesses did not have their proper business tax receipt for the city. And that led to further investigation, where we realized they were not licensed, and even finding the names of these businesses were difficult, and the people in there, the property owner didn't even know the names of his tenants, most of them, and couldn't give me a list of, some of them he said he didn't know their last names. So that's why we started digging further, just because he didn't have that information. And the tenants there are on a month-to-month tenancy. He doesn't have a lease with any of them.
Thank you. I mean, it's a grand building. When you go upstairs, I mean, whoever gets to live up there, it would be
Really nice.
it would be a phenomenal place to live. Phenomenal place to live. I talked to my husband, and
It used to
And it
be,
ended there.
it used to be nice.
Yeah, it used to be, so, okay. Do, it looks like, would you like to speak?
Ma'am,
Okay, yes.
thank you for being so indulgent with me tonight. Danny Miller, 1400 Sunset Drive. When getting to that gem of an historic building, I just can't resist. This is perhaps a good example of imposing criteria on a property owner before participating. You mentioned they have to be in compliance with, I guess, local ordinances or whatever. That perhaps that might, in the future, they have to be in compliance, local, state, federal. Don't know if that's possible, but it's one lever. Without doing a lot of inquiry other than just a general name search and property search, perhaps the owner just doesn't want to spend the money. It's not a person that is insubstantial and can afford $6,000 or whatever. Again, the criteria. If someone wants help, prove a need for crying out loud, not that you just want a handout. And then on the last point, there was some conversation about, I think, minimum maintenance standards. This is, again, a good example of where an historic preservation ordinance with teeth in it could really make a difference, could prevent this kind of thing from happening. So just had to get a kind of pitch in for that. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other comments? Seeing them right now, we have a motion to accept this as it's presented and a second. Do we want to amend that, or do you want to go forward with your motion? We have a motion.
I think this is an emergency. I mean, we can talk about, you
Okay,
should
well,
do
I'm gonna,
this.
I know, but I wanna ask the person who made the motion, so.
I'm sorry,
That's right.
you were saying
Who made the
you
motion?
generally.
Linda.
I thought I did.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry, I apologize, you made the motion. Okay, okay.
I made the motion, and personally,
I apologize.
I think this is basically an emergency. We're sitting here talking about what a wonderful building it is. If we want to have it, to do something with in the future, to me, then we need to stop the bleeding.
Do you want to criterion, that's what I'm asking, do you want to go with your motion as it's currently presented, or did you want to add any type of?
No, I think I think Charles has his initial proposal. You want to require that he renews the termite bond, right?
Yeah, we'll put that in an agreement that he agrees to renew it if he's still in ownership or puts it in the sale agreement.
Right, so my motion, just to clarify, is that we approve the $7,650 for Crescent City Termite and Pest Control to tent the building to stop the damage, and that Charles will put in the agreement that he's required to renew the bond.
Okay. Yes, sir?
Can I ask?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, if we fixing it, so if he sells it, the city can still be able to, you can have it on record somewhere. So the city can be able to get the extra amount of dollars back what they got into it.
No, sir, that's not her motion. Her motion does not speak to that.
That's not what Charles proposed.
So what your motion is now, just go ahead and get the problem fixed.
Yes,
And then deal with the other part.
correct. And hopefully someone will buy the building. Hopefully the termites will not spread to the nearby historic churches or the nearby historic houses, of which
Or the building
ours is one.
4 feet away.
Yes. I mean, I think
Well,
this is a bad situation.
We'll ask him to include that in a sale agreement. As part of the sale, the new owner would agree to renew the bond each year. If he agrees
But not
to it.
reimburse us back.
But it won't reimburse us, no.
Because that's not our program right now.
Correct, it's a grant program.
So that's just $7,000.
It's to save the building.
Yeah, just to say the building. John, if I go in and buy it, I can buy it from the regular price, what he asking for it, and I ain't got to worry about the city, right?
Right.
Correct, yeah, you don't have to worry about tending the building either.
You don't have to worry about the termites.
Yeah, the termites will be taken care of.
Okay, so we have a motion, and I thought we had a second. Are you still in favor of your second?
Yes.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. If there's no more discussion, all in favor, say aye. Oh, you still have something? Wait a
Yeah,
second.
I got a question about the motion. I understand the motion, but I just don't see the city giving away, I don't know why I'm saying 7,000.
But that's it, that's
But they're
seven,
close to that.
it's a little over
I
that.
just don't see them giving away 7,000. Because if John Doe come in and buy the building, that ought to be in the price. The city ought to be able to capture the money back somehow. And maybe we can
And that wouldn't
fix
be,
the motion
if
to
you did,
include that in it.
if you did that, that would be from the original owners from the sale of the proceeds, not from the new owner. It would be from the original owner for the sale of the proceeds is what.
See, but I think you're getting off the point here. I mean, we've given a grant for $40,000 for one person. Now, if he sells that next year, is he gonna have to give that back to us? You've given $3,500 for the barber. If he sells that, is he gonna have to give that back to us? You see what I'm saying? It's a grant. And the idea is that once those buildings are repaired or fixed or, you know, painted and look pretty and all that kind of stuff, the building always stays with the city. It always stays in good shape.
It's paid.
So it's money that we're paying as an investment as a city to maintain the city at a certain.
That you.
You see what I mean?
The jewel, yeah. And he didn't ask us for this.
Yeah.
We're offering to say, we want this done, and we'll pay for it.
Okay, so we have a motion and we have a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Nay.
Got me on that.
Two nays. Motion passes.
And if he doesn't agree to those stipulations, we won't award the grant, so.
I mean, I would have been in favor of that had we put something in there that he has to bring those businesses. That's not fair. We complain constantly up here about bringing people in, food trucks that are gonna compete with restaurants. We got people down there operating a beauty shop and a nail shop, and they're not properly licensed through the state. I have my licenses through the state, so I understand that. And the people catty corner to them, they have their licenses, and there's illegal activity going on in that, that's not fair to those people, so.
We're still pursuing that.
Well, I mean, that's why I said I would have supported this if I felt like he was helping in that effort, so. That's all.
Okay.
Okay, move on to the next one.
Next item is 236 Central Avenue. This is a building, I actually asked you, we could buy it months ago, and then there was already an offer on it at the time we had that meeting. So actually, the ladies were fun. We were going to spend to paint the building anyway. So we're requesting the grant to paint the building. There's two renderings in there, either sort of a brick red or it's kind of a gray blue, to clean the plants out of the facade of the building and basically beautify the building. Again, to save the building, it'll seal up the exterior. We're going to do, and I think incentivize someone moving in there. This will be the site of the Entrepreneur Social, the Small Business Development Center is hosting with the partnership. So I think all these things together will end up with a tenant in there.
Okay. So, and the one that you've accepted, or that your recommendation is the one for $7,800?
Yes.
Okay, Commissioners?
Let me ask you, since they own it, they don't get to pick the color. Is that correct? Because we're paying for it?
That's what we need. We need to be more clarity on this grant. That this is, we're paying for, our recommendation is these colors. My recommendation to you, so you can pick the color that we're willing to pay for. So we don't end up with a gray building or
turquoise.
Or beige. We don't end up with another beige
Beige
building
building, oh, please.
on East Central Avenue.
I don't mind it, it's just overused.
I have an observation or a question about this. Okay, this is a contributing structure. When we're renovating a contributing structure, it seems to me, and this is where we need a historic plan and evaluation, we should at least look at the photos of what the building was supposed to look like. I'm not even sure this building is supposed to be in a color. So that if it's going to be restored, and I don't even know, do these people know how to restore stucco? Is it stucco or brick?
No, it's brick.
It's
Painted
brick.
brick.
Okay, because this says stucco repairs?
Around the windows.
It probably could be a
These
trim
are,
work.
this right here, I believe, aren't the arches stucco? I believe
Might
the
be.
arches are stucco. I believe, when I looked at it, the arches were, I believe the arches are stucco.
Okay, I have 3 concerns about this. One is, do we have someone who really knows how to deal with materials on this building? If older stucco is different from new stucco, and I've had people damage the stucco on my house because they didn't do it to Department of Interior standards. So I've got concern about that. I've got concern about, we're just like picking colors, we're not necessarily restoring it with any kind of historical integrity, and that's part of our historic district. And the other concern I have is, I thought that the problem with this building was that it wasn't ready interior for someone to move in. Isn't this one of the non-turnkey buildings?
This one's probably the closest we have that's turnkey. I'm not sure, I'd have to get a building official to tell me if the bathrooms are compliant. But the front is in great shape, the interior, the retail space in the front. The back is not ready for occupancy in my view.
Right.
But we're just looking, we're looking at improving the curb appeal of this building, just for our benefit, going down the street. It continues our improvement project to make Central Avenue look better. I think most of the pictures, if not all the pictures I've seen of this building, historic photos are black and white. So I have no idea what color it was in the old days. I think these are attractive color combinations, and I recommend approvals.
Iowa is first do no harm.
There is broken stucco, when you read that further, some of that stucco, there is some broken stucco, so I'm pretty sure that's on the archways.
Madam Myers, may I?
Yes, as soon as we're done with discussion, yes, sir.
Those are my questions and comments, thank you.
Okay, does anybody else have any other comments? Okay, I'll open it up for public comment.
PJ Laurie, 505 Magnolia Avenue. We do have photos of this place in the archives at the Portland Peninsula Historical Society. I agree with Commissioner DeVito. This needs to be restored in a way that is historically accurate. I mean, this building was the city hall, it was the Bank of Crescent City, the the fire station. This building, more than almost any, besides maybe like one apartment building, is part of the history of this town, and I think it needs to be restored properly. And the stucco issue, I mean, we can't just throw some paint on this, is my feeling. Plus, it is a contributing structure. That would, put us in a lot of trouble as far as getting towards being a CLG and all those kind of things. So I think we might need to take a step back. I'm glad they painted. It needs to be painted. And the other issue that I was going to bring up is masonry is not actually supposed to be painted. I'm not an architect, but Jim Steggy is. Unfortunately, can't be with us. But that was one of the things he brought up at a seminar he did with us at the Historical Society, is that this brick needs to breathe. And so when painting it, if you're using a latex paint or anything like that, it's bad for the structure. So I think we might want to look at a different option here, at least looking at a historical, accurate color. We do have colored postcards and stuff that we can get you that would have the actual colors of what it used to be.
Now, I believe that this building is painted already, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's painted.
So basically, we're just gonna
make it worse by painting it again.
So what would your suggestion be if we don't paint it, just kind of let it deteriorate the paint on it?
That's not my answer. All I know is this is making it worse. If you're going to continue a bad decision and painting it, especially not in historically.
Thank you. Just curious.
No, I'm not the one making the decision.
We don't have enough money in the CRA budget to restore this.
Restore it.
but
And they didn't have enough money at one time to restore it historically, that's why it was painted, you know?
I mean, that's the one thing
That's what's difficult.
is a concern that we don't want to let something get in the way, such as that it's so cost prohibitive, as a contributing structure, that is cost prohibitive for them to restore it back to its
I
original
think to
state.
get the paint off, it'd have to be sandblasted, wouldn't it?
Oh,
Yes.
yeah, and then you don't know what's happened, what's underneath that,
Right.
and the damage that sandblasting would do to that
Does
old,
to it is my
that old
concern
brick.
too. I think it got messed up with being painted.
originally.
Does anybody remember what color the bricks are, do you?
Not off the top of my head, I'm sorry.
I guess my concern is before we let people who just do good quality but ordinary painting start addressing it, that we should at least attempt to do a little bit of research about what's advisable and what's not advisable. I'm not saying we can restore it back to its original condition, but I think we should be very careful not to do anything that makes things worse. So to me, I think BJ had a good suggestion to put a hold on this one and see if we can get some advice. Mr. Stady's not available right now. He's got health problems. But we might be able to get a recommendation from somebody else. There's maybe one other person in the area.
Tracy Ecker, 109 North Prospect Street. This program has been wonderful so far. You know, our town is starting to look good because of Charles's direction and his innovation and knowing how to use the money that was never used here. You've got a building with weeds growing out of it that's already been painted, and you want to sharpen it up. I think it's a great idea to move forward with this. Jim Stady is not a contracted consultant for this city. You cannot go back and restore every one of these buildings or expect anybody else to do that. It's cost prohibitive. But you can make it look nice and keep it. And I've never heard of such a thing as that you can't paint it. It's already been painted. But as a member of the Historical Preservation Board here, I am going to look into this just for my own benefit, but I urge you to move forward with this.
Thank you. Do you have any other public comment? Okay, commissioners, you have a proposal in front of you.
I move to approve the grant award for 236 Central Avenue, 7,800.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a proper motion and a second to accept this as it's presented. Do we have any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay.
Nay.
So moved. And again, Charles, you'll make sure that he is insured
I think it's insured.
and.
And
I'm
the owner
pretty
will
sure
sign
he
the
is.
agreement, if he paints over it within 5 years, the grant is due
Okay.
payable. The next item is, I'd like to issue an RFP for a downtown website. This would be a tourist-oriented marketing website, just to have, if you imagine yourself when you've ever traveled and you reach out and you find a downtown website, what's there, what there is to see, where there is to stay. You can even have what's for sale, a release, a services guide, a shopping guide, a dining guide, what events are coming up this weekend, calendar events. It'll be a central clearinghouse for all the events going on downtown. It'll be a downtown-centric site, not an organization-centric, so we wouldn't post meeting notices and business on there. It would be for our visitors and our locals. Hey, what's happening in town? Let's check the website, check the downtown site. It'll be there.
Okay, we have a proposal.
So this, I would get proposals, bring them back to you and for your review, and we would recommend a selection.
I think to go ahead and approve the request to issue an RFP for 2022-2 for downtown website design, development and hosting.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a proper motion and a second. Do you have any discussion?
Yeah, my observation about this is that, it seems to me it would be a more effective website if it was for all of Crescent City. It's very hard to separate downtown from the rest of us. And to me, advertising the whole town, not just the downtown, just makes more sense and makes it to me more appealing. I think we need to advertise what we have here, but I just don't see separating such a small town into parts.
Well, we do intend to renovate the visitcrescentcity.org, so that site would include high school football games, things happening in kind of in the Crescent City area. But part of the approach is to focus on the downtown, to create a magnifying glass on downtown, and that's the heart of the community, the place to be, where things happen. And this website is part of that. It does distinguish it from the rest of the community.
I think that's very confusing. I mean, for example, I looked at, to me, the city of Cedar Key is a beautiful place to live. It's also a tourist town. They have one website for the whole city, for their government and all their tourism. It works very well. It's got a beautiful video, which I've always wanted us to have a video about historic Crescent City and how beautiful Crescent City is. Kind of like the one that Commissioner Burton and the mayor and some other people did for the hometown application that we did. So to me, I just think we're limiting ourselves. And as well, we're paying for this from the central CRA money. And to me, it's just, I've never seen such a small downtown have its own website. And I just don't see separating it out. Plus, because it's paid for by tax money, and I think it should, I just think we're a whole, we're not just a downtown. And you wouldn't just come to downtown Crescent City. It just, to me, does not make logical sense. And I would prefer to see this cover the whole city, because we succeed or fail together.
But we've done that. We've had the visitcrescentcity.org for years.
No, I mean, I'm not aware that it's maintained. Is it maintained?
So, no, we're still trying to renovate it and get that full access to it.
Right, but so then we're gonna be paying for 2 websites. And
3, actually.
Right, so 3 websites, so why not just pay for 1 website? And, I mean, we're a very small town to have 2 websites. Cedar Keys, I encourage you to take a look at it, it's quite beautiful.
Have you been to Cedar Key lately though? I mean, have you been to Cedar Key? I mean,
I've
it's
been to
very
Cedar Key,
small. I mean, I've done shows there in Cedar
Right.
Key, and they have like, just,
It's one street.
it's one little street, and
It's
so
a great place
I
to
understand why they would have everybody there on that one, so.
And I get, like some communities, it's a page of the city website is downtown. There's many ways we could do this. My recommendation to you is that we have a dedicated downtown website. If your direction to me is, let's add on to the city website, we'll figure out a way to make that work.
Well, I mean, my recommendation would be to use visitcrescentcity.org and have downtown be a component of that. So that the different areas of the city could complement each other.
Is there any way with something with like this, Charles, with a website that we could highlight? We have 3 CRAs that pretty much run the whole stretch of Crescent City. And all 3 of them could contribute to this. Is there some way you could highlight that there's this downtown, we have a downtown, and then we have, you know, the southern end of Crescent City, or whatever we want to call it. Is there any way you could do that in a website? Do we need to scrub the whole Visit Crescent City org and
Well, we
start
we
over?
currently have access to that, yeah. We're still having trouble getting access to that with passwords and things that have been lost, and who actually is hosting it. We own the domain, and we've also owned downtown Crescent City downtown, and so forth. So from a marketing perspective, it's easier to just put out there, go to downtowncrescentcity.org or .com. We have QR codes on our posters. You scan it, takes you to the website. Everything's driven to the, I get, like, we're a small community, but again, the approach is you put your downtown up on a pedestal. You shine a light on it. It's a great place. It's where most, if not all, the festivals, events happen. There are some things that happen in the region, but we want to drive people downtown. We want the events to happen downtown. And this is a way to highlight that. Is we have this really cool website. We market the website, and that markets the downtown, makes our efforts easier. We say visit crescentcity.org, and you go there, and what you get is the high school scores and games, and like, where's the downtown? Then it becomes another layer. Just like, they recommend don't have your Main Street organization as a part of your chamber. It stands alone as a champion of downtown. This website would be the marketing piece for the downtown. I think the whole community benefits from it.
And I understand that, and I understand we need to do that, but I will have to say, I do agree with Commissioner DeVito that if we do this, if we go forward with this downtown, that we also need to do something for our other businesses in town to make sure that they're getting the recognition.
And that's on our North CRA, South CRA plan, is to reinvigorate. If we can't get control of that site, we own the domain name. We might be able to resurrect it as a .com and just start over. Just give up on the website that sits out there now.
Are we paying for it? Do we know? Are we even paying for it?
I don't think we're even paying for it.
I haven't seen.
But I'm just still not really convinced. I mean, it's just so for example, on the downtown website, you can't include the little blue house or a kayak launch or anything like that. You just have to be right on Central Avenue. That's
Well,
what we do.
in a few blocks of 17, in the downtown, it should be in the downtown. The downtown website is for the downtown Facebook page is for the downtown.
Well, to me, it seems like that's a goal for the future, but for the immediate purpose, I just am finding it hard to believe that we couldn't incorporate all of the CRA area at least, not to mention the local businesses, and have a lovely highlighted area that has the downtown. And it would certainly promote more businesses and save money, because then we would just do that within the website. I would like to see us either scratch visitcrescentcity.org and do a new website for all of Crescent City and have downtown on that. It just seems to me like a lot of expense to do 2 websites at this stage of the game. And that maybe that would be something for the future.
Okay. So if somebody's gonna visit, I just wanted some clarification. So if somebody wants to know what's going on here, are they gonna have to go to 2 different websites? So they're gonna have to go to the downtown website to see what's going on downtown, and then they'd have to go to another website to see what's going on in our surrounding, the rest of the area. Is that?
I think you gotta define what's really going on in the rest of our area. Okay, I mean, come on, what's going on in the rest of our area?
We do.
Where it's gonna be where the hot spot, what we're trying to do is make a hot spot downtown Crescent City. Okay, so how, are we defining it as Central Avenue, through Grand Rondo to the Dexter Beach, or to 308?
Would it be
Kind
our
of deal?
Main Street?
How is it going to be
Is that what you're
defined?
looking
It'd be the
to
Main Street
encompass?
area essentially, Central and Summit.
In Summit.
It's about 2 or 3 blocks in each direction from Central.
So it's,
Eva Lion to the fire station approximately.
Okay, and that
That's
would be it?
downtown.
It's downtown.
Yeah, if we're saying come downtown, that's what we're talking about.
So it's possible then what we could name this, rather than the downtown Crescent City, it could be Main Street Crescent City. And
Well, that's
then
confusing because we literally have a main street
we have
in Crescent City. We have a street called Main.
right,
That-
yeah.
When we did the kickoff meeting,
That's
some
true,
people called
everybody
over
got
there,
that,
we
they
were gonna
got
change
it,
it to
okay.
Main Street.
Okay,
But essentially, what we're saying is it will only deal with downtown. So for example, it wouldn't reflect, you could stay at the fish camp or the motel. You'd have to go to another website to find out where,
No, it's very
lodging
common
would be.
on any downtown site. If you want to come downtown, the closest accommodations are,
Right, this.
in our
so
case,
you would have that listed on
Yeah.
this. Okay. So right now, we have a motion and a second. Do we have any other discussion? Okay. Do we have any public comment?
Great idea.
Thank you. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay.
Nay.
I'll bring those proposals back to you, and I'm sure they'll include examples
Yes.
of
Okay.
websites and so forth.
And I think that's when that comes back. Anyway. Okay,
So the next item is to purchase of banner brackets and banners for Central Avenue. These will be much smaller than the ones you see on US 17. They'll be about 30 inches tall, 18 inches wide. Basically, welcome to historic downtown Crescent City. Probably do two different banners. We're requesting 40 banners. There are 30 light poles, and then the extra 10 would allow us to do a couple of the wooden poles to get from lake to lake. So people know they come into town, they're in downtown. And it's a way just to add decor to the downtown and to help define the area and beautify the area.
okay. We have a proposal, commissioners? We have a motion?
I so move that we accept.
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a proper motion and a second. Do we have any discussion?
I have a couple questions.
Okay.
So, Charles, is this coming out of the current year budget or the next year budget?
Well, my intention is to order them tomorrow, if you approve, and to try to get them paid for before the end of September, so it comes out of this year's budget.
Okay, so this is gonna reduce the $70,000+ carry forward.
Yes.
Okay, so my feeling about this is the banners would be nice, but we've never had them before. And this would be $5,000 that we could put towards a contracted grant writer, which is a valid expense for the CRA. And that we need to take what little money we have and pay for that grant writer because we don't have the money in the regular budget. And then we could work towards having banners in the future.
Well, the good thing about this purchase is half of it is the brackets, so we'll have those ongoingly, so the future banner orders would be only a couple $1,000s, or if we only order a few, even less. Also, my intention, my hope is to ask you for a grant writer with the leftover general fund revenue from the current year in November.
In November, so we lose time.
So the grant writer could work in the entire city versus be restricted to working in
Just-
central CRA.
Right, but, or, I mean, essentially, the sooner we get a grant writer, the better. And it seems to me that the cost of the grant writer could be shared, and we'd have a better chance of being able to fund it, because we don't know what the November carry forward is gonna be.
Okay, well,
So,
in order to
that's my
get a
rationale.
grant writer, we have to put out an RFQ or an RFP.
Yes.
So we'd have to issue that, so that's gonna take time anyway.
Yeah.
So that's something maybe we can discuss on the 22nd, that we go ahead and we put out an RFP on that. And by then, we should have something, because right now, we're not losing time because we can't do it right now anyway. Is that correct? We couldn't hire the grant writer?
Correct, we need to
Okay,
open it
so
up.
right now, we have a motion, we got a lot still to go. We've got a motion, and we've got a second. Do we have any further discussion?
No.
Okay, do we have any public comment?
I like the banners.
Thank you. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay.
Nay.
So moved.
Here, the last item, I think this is probably gone to sleep. Let's see. The last item is, we put out, got some bids to do this paper project. Eventually, ideally, we would do the entire Central Avenue area, everything in the plan, but it'd probably be several $1 million. So my intention is to create sort of a signature block, a sample location where we'll not only put in the pavers, we'll put in the hanging flower baskets and crepe myrtle trees and other improvements. And then slowly begin to work it out as we do other grant projects and so forth. We include streetscape improvements in those projects. We got 2 bids for them, one for $14,337 and one for $12,250. I'm recommending the $12,250. One of our goals with this is to train our guys in the installation of these pavers. So perhaps the next project we could install ourselves, and we would just be purchasing the bricks and the base sand.
Where is Vargas located?
Is he the one that did the bistro?
Did Vargas do the bistro?
Is it
I
Chris?
don't know.
Or I think his name is Chris Vargas. I believe he did the bistro, and I believe he's the one that did,
Oh, yes, he did.
the beauty shop, I mean, not the beauty,
Yeah, the
the
bistro.
florist. The florist, yeah.
Okay.
He did those papers. So we've got this in front of us, do we have a,
I move that we go ahead with the lowest bidder, $12,550.
okay.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Commissioners, do we have any discussion?
I have a comment about this.
Okay.
I really don't see that this gets us a return on our investment. We have spent this kind of money on Central Avenue before numerous times to put in benches and whatnot. The property in front of the stucco building, the arcade, that is going to rack and ruin, has pavement in front of it. It does not seem to assist that building. Pavers are very hot. The comment about the bistro is they're not using that area in the summer because the heat that comes up from the pavers makes it unbearable to sit there. So I just don't see this as the right project at the right time. I think we could put our $12,250 to more productive use at this moment, and I just don't see this getting us where we need to go. We've never done so before.
Okay, do we have any public comment? Please state your name and your address.
Tracy Eckhart, 109 North Prospect Street. I'm confused because every time a good proposal comes forward to make the city a little bit better, to make it a little shinier, Ms. DeVito, you are a total obstructionist. You want to stop any kind of progress to make this city move forward. I am for the pavers. I hope the rest of you are.
Thank you. You know the drill.
Nancy Taylor, 101 Oakwood. I don't live in the city limits or anything, but I've come to city commission meetings for decades, and not all of y'all were there. It's changed a lot. But for decades, you have tried to micromanage different aspects of the city. Everything from the police station to the manager to everything. And this is, again, you've hired Mr. Rudd. He's an expert in this downtown. He loves it. He's brought enthusiasm to this town to try to bring Crescent City back to something because it is dying. It's got one foot in the grave and the other on a banana peel, and he is trying to help. And so all I ask is that y'all try to pick up on his enthusiasm and do what's best for Crescent City and not try to micromanage him. Just let him, he knows what he's doing. We don't. And so I just want to say, trust Mr. Rudd. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, I'm going to close public comment. Commissioners, we have a motion and we have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay.
Nay.
Okay. At this point in time, I'm going to close CRA and open up our before we tackle this? Or everybody good? Okay, let's go. Move on.
There's too much hot air in here, that's all.
It's warm.
Karen, we pass out the corrected resolution. So
Okay.
the first item is resolution 2212, which is setting the millage rate for the coming fiscal year. Mary, you have some.
Yeah, I need to read this. Okay, there's resolution number 2022-12, a resolution of the Commission of the City of Crescent City, Florida, adopting millage for the tax year 2023. Whereas the City Commission of the City of Crescent City, Florida, considered during a scheduled public meeting the necessity of adopting appropriate millage pertaining to ad valorem taxes for the tax year 2023. And whereas after due consideration, a motion was made and duly seconded that the City of Crescent City adopt the millage rate of 8.5914 mils per $1,000 of taxable value regarding ad valorem taxes, which represents a 9.94% increase over the 7.8149 rolled back millage rate. And whereas, after due consideration and discussion, said the motion was passed and approved by a unanimous vote of the City Commission during the meeting on July 14th, 2022. Now therefore be it resolved by the City Commission of the City of Crescent City that it is hereby established a millage rate of 8.5914 mils per $1,000 of taxable value regarding ad valorem taxes for taxable property existing within the confines of the City of Crescent City, Putnam County, Florida, for the tax year 2023, approved and adopted by the City Commission of the City of Crescent City this 8th day of September 2022.
And Mayor, the first paragraph of my cover memo, you need to read the procedure.
Okay. I need to read that. In order to adopt a millage rate and operating budget, all taxing authorities must hold 2 public hearings. The City Commission is requested to open a public hearing on the budget, solicit comments about the proposed millage rate, and also provide the opportunity to review the proposed budget. The City Commission should approve 2 separate documents, a resolution to adopt the millage and an ordinance to adopt the budget, which will move the budget process forward to a second and final hearing on the millage rate and the budget.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So we will be adopting this.
So we approve the resolution first.
Yes, sir, you have to approve the resolution first.
Okay, I make a motion that we approve the resolution number 2022-12.
And I'll second.
We have a motion and we have a second. Do we have any discussion? Any discussion? Do you have something, Commissioner Burke?
No.
Okay, do we have any public comment? Okay. Close public comment. With that, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
So moved.
The next item is the companion document, the adoption of ordinance 2219, approval of the fiscal year 2023 budget. So you want to read the title?
Ordinance number 2022-19, an ordinance providing for approving and fixing the budget, setting the millage levy at 8.5914, allowing for general operations of the city and its various departments, approving and fixing budget for special funds and debt service for the fiscal year beginning October 1st, 2022 and ending September 30th, 2023.
You have a copy of, we gave you an updated version of the chart because the Better Place plan, the carryover was reduced after the purchase of the trucks. That change is reflected. So this presentation is for, most of it you've seen over and over again in our multiple workshops. I did add this slide in there as of the end of August. This is a snapshot of all of our funds. And again, that's just one day because it changes daily with us writing checks and receiving deposits. So general fund was $64,500, the gas utility fund $32,800, water fund $32,500, the wastewater fund $47,700, The Better Place Fund, $580,275. CRA Fund, $208,932, and that's all three CRAs combined. And the General Fund Reserve, what we call reserves, $1,030,144.16. So combined, what we call pooled cash and the reserves is almost $2 million. In addition to that, and this is a new report in the front of your packet, these are all the other funds. This is all the money we have in the bank. We have gas reserve funds of over $60,000. We have a gas fund renewal account, $242,000. A gas bond sinking fund, which has $2,800. And we have a water expansion fund, about $500,000. A water and sewer renew and replace fund of $878,000. A wastewater expansion fund of $713,000. And then a wastewater bond sinking fund of $7,400. We're going to come back to you next month with requests to transfer some of the money out of those reserves of water and wastewater for some of these sewer expansion projects we have coming up, Oakwood Street and so forth. We have utility customer deposits, $192,000. We have park usage deposits, $1,760. Crescent City Cares currently at that moment had $142.47. The police pension plan fund at $647,000. The fire pension plan fund at $725,000. So our total restricted funds, just over $5 million. So these are the charts. I had to adjust it because we were not fortunate to win the grant for $650,000 for dirt roads. So we took that out of the streets, out of our revenue, and then also, you see, we took it out of streets. So currently the largest funds there, departments of administration and finance, and law enforcement. So this is the general fund. Again, the only thing that's changed is the streets budget. We took out the $650,000 grant. So this leaves us with $2,026,095, which revenue's up here at 1.995. So that means we need to use the, as I mentioned to you, the reserves of $30,144. That's to leave us with exactly $1 million reserve. So when we do the budget adjustment in November, with the rollover, we'll still end up, what I'm going to bring you is $1 million in reserve. We're going to have to look at designating those funds for something in the future. That hurts us with grants, that we have $1 million undesignated. So maybe things like fire truck or hurricane relief fund, something where we dedicate those funds to something I think would help us. So our gas utility fund is showing improvement. Remember last year we tweaked a little bit, and now we're showing a little bit of a $58,860 projected fund balance. The water utility fund is still projecting it as a wash. We're still working on the rate study information. We provided that to the Rural Water Authority recently this week. So hopefully they'll come back with a recommendation about our water rates, because the water rates, pun intended, they're barely keeping their head above water. So wastewater doing much better. We're projecting $119,000 fund balance. Better Place Plan, the carry forward, $580,275, that's the number I changed because we've been spending that money recently. Still projecting $750,000. And then I just created these placeholder improvements other than buildings, infrastructure, equipment and machinery. And again, we can move that around with budget amendments as we come to you with projects. So we left just a contingency of $77,000 in this particular iteration. And then we've just seen this, the CRA funds. This is what you have a recommendation from the CRA board for approval of this budget. Here's where I highlighted, sort of show what the budget priorities are, which reflect the work plan priorities for the central, the north, and the south CRAs. And then here's the chart showing the increase each year. Everything went up, of course, other than the CRA fund, which we would expect as we use up those reserves. And then this shows the reserves going to $1 million even, a little bit down this year over last year. And then this, you won't be able to read it up there, it's the 5-year capital budget. I don't think we've adopted one for a number of years, so we put that in there, and it has projects in there. The Dirt Road project, which we pushed out another year, Fletcher Park improvements, which we'll finish out next year, gas main relocation, the natural gas fund, and that the state is paying for, and then our debt service on our bond. And then we have those projects, the water projects, Main Street, Prospect, and South Main, which we kind of projected out, future grants funding those. And then sewer projects, septic sewer conversion project, we'll do some design, and then we'll look for grants. CDBG, that's the wastewater project, the lift station portion of that project. And then this is wastewater plant maintenance project. We've applied for, as I mentioned before, about $9.5 million grant. And then the debt service for the bond is there as well. So this is a 5-year projection of our capital improvements. And I just put 2 years on there. That in your packet, you have all 5 years, and easier to read. And that's the budget, proposed budget for this year, and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
First off, thank you, these graphs from
Yeah,
a snapshot, you did an outstanding job on these graphs from a snapshot, just to give everybody a, snapshot, so thank you for that.
And that was due, I included in your packet, those capital funds for each of those.
Thank you, good job.
Yeah, sure, very good job.
Okay, commissioners, do we have any discussion? Well, first off, we are going to have we're going to need a motion.
I so move that we approve the 22-23 budget.
A second.
A motion and a second. Commissioner, I'm going to open it up for discussion. Do you have any questions?
I heard one question about the $1 million reserve. If we say we want to put that up for stone cleanup, is hoping we don't have one, but putting it back somewhere, because it takes so long for the federal government to act when we have a storm. We have been in the past in Crescent would have to go out and borrow money, very low interest rate, borrow money to get the trash moved off the streets and get it, that $1 million fund would be able to be there to assist us.
Yes.
In case something.
Yes.
We just hoping nothing don't, but you can't ever tell about Mother Nature.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm just recommending we kind of formally designate it as hurricane money or something where when the grant.
So it's moved aside, it's not like
It just doesn't say
there, right?
reserve funds.
Well, didn't you say that kind of hurts us?
It does, but it's like we're cash heavy.
Right.
Like you don't need a grant, you got a lot of
Sorry.
cash.
You've got money spent.
I'm not understanding here. You're saying if we call it hurricane funds, which, by the way, I think that was my proposal a couple months ago, that will help us or it won't get us anywhere?
I think it'll help us. I'm gonna work with Jody on designating, we'll come back to you with those recommendations. We'll probably do that by ordinance, I would imagine, anything we do with the budget. But then we'll still have the money, but we'll categorize it and name it. And so when we're audited, the thing is they look at the audit. So it'll be a delay when it shows up on our audit as designated funds. But it's an important step as we move forward looking for grants. We don't have any just cash laying around that we could have been using instead of the grant we're asking for.
So rather than hurricane, I mean, you could name it whatever.
We could
It
do
could be
fire truck.
emergency managed, yeah, it could be emergency management or something to that effect. Okay. Do you have Commissioner DeVita?
I have one observation, one question. So my observation is I asked Charles what our total personnel cost was from the general fund, and it's about $714,000, $718,000. So hopefully our revenues will go up in the future. I think we need to plan for this with personnel expense at above $700,000. This year, we're giving a 5% increase. If we do that every year, the increase the following year would be about $35,000. So I think we need to just keep in mind, personnel costs are heavy. We're cutting the budget very close to the line right now. That's just kind of the reality to keep in mind. And my next question is, my suggestion is that we take the request of the people who live on Grand Rondo who spoke tonight, and that we fund the speed hump on East Grand Rondo, the one or more speed humps. Can we designate that in the budget tonight? I think they can come from better placement funds.
You could.
Don't know that do we want to do that tonight, or do we want to do that after we've approved this budget, knowing that
We
that's
do have an
the problem?
infrastructure line in there. I would consider that an infrastructure
Yeah.
request. We have $150,000, I think, designated.
From general fund or from?
Better Place.
From Better Place, yeah. So I would like to do that as soon as possible at the appropriate time.
And as for our employees, they didn't get an increase this past year. Current fiscal year, the one prior, unfortunately, the insurance cost ate up all that they received plus. So their insurance cost, and we don't know this year yet what those insurance costs are going to be, so we need to keep that
Try
in
to
mind.
increase. You know, are you all familiar with Buc-ee's?
Yeah, it's
Stop
what
at
they're
Buc-ee's
paying,
this
I
weekend.
thought about applying,
They have a big job site out there. Their lowest paid job is $17 an hour.
Yeah, right, yeah.
Right, so I'm not saying they shouldn't get an increase,
Yeah.
I'm saying the reality of the budget is that personnel costs are heavy, and
They are.
they will,
Study back.
we have to factor that in, that if we're going to give raises to keep up with the Joneses and all that kind of stuff, improve quality of life, we're going to keep increasing. So it's just an observation.
And you keep good employees.
Yes.
Yeah,
If we keep good employees.
right. I'm not questioning the wisdom, I'm just saying we have to keep that in mind for our future plans.
Cause you know, well, before I retired, when I first started up in my career, I first started on the job, the market was kind of slim, but we were getting 5% each year. We kind of know what we were gonna get. But further on down the line, productivity told you where you were gonna go. So if I perform good, I got a good bonus. But if I didn't perform, well, left up to me, put it that way.
When I started working, gas was 32 cents a gallon. Cigarettes were, I think, 25 cents.
Okay.
Quite a long time ago.
Changed a lot.
Okay.
Okay, commissioners, we have any further discussion before I open it for public comment? Okay. Now I'm going to go ahead and open up for public comment. Does anybody have any public comment on the budget?
Megan, 1400 Sunset Drive, Winter Park. Help me to understand, if you would, please. I couldn't tell from the numbers presentation, but is it correct to presume that the budget request for historic preservation is at present not included? Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. If I understood it properly, in a recent meeting, the intent was to fund that from rollover funds from the current operating year. Is that correct?
That's correct. Potentially, it's one of the.
Do you have a firm intent to do that?
You did
Well,
not get a firm intent from the commission.
I did not, and also the thing, since that time, we discovered the preservation ordinance. Have you seen a copy of that? We
We have
adopted
a
one actually in
preservation
2018. And we adopted design standards. Actually, the next numbered ordinance is a revision to the design standards, which is, it's 2018-04, I think. So much of the work that would have done under that proposal you all submitted is actually done. The ordinance is done.
I was made aware of that and was encouraged by it, but I would respectfully suggest the fact that we had an historic preservation ordinance, which is a good start.
on our books that has never been enforced, that we are unaware of, that has no real teeth, just really makes the argument that we need a soup to nuts review of where we are, a review of what the goals of the city are, and a plan, a historic preservation plan on how to achieve those goals. Are you saying then that you now have no intent?
No,
to
no, I'm
fund
not saying
it?
that. It'll be one of the options when we come back in November
Okay.
of what we could fund a grant writer, we could fund the preservation plan, we could fund.
I think historically, Danny, I think what you can't seem to see is we have a lot of historical homes and things that people live in, and there's not much that the city can kind of do with privately owned homes. However, I really think that the city is trying extremely hard and doing a fairly decent job trying to move forward with some of the buildings. Look at Central Avenue right now. Look at what we just did tonight with terminating this old building. We are really trying as a city to put our money where we can put our money to keep the historical buildings that we can keep. We gave the little Blue House money this year to repair, I guess they had some outside things. I mean, we really try to work hard and put the money where we can. And so, you know, I'm not sure where you guys are going with everything that you're going for, but you know, I don't think that you're giving the city enough credit for what they have already achieved.
I commend the city for what is being done now. And perhaps I've done a poor job conveying this, but it's kind of an ad hoc approach to things.
You know what?
And it's reactive, if you'll allow me, please.
We're not here to discuss the historical business, it's not on our agenda. And I want a point of order, it's 11 o'clock, and I keep looking and counting, and we have much to do.
If you'll forgive me, I was trying to make comments on the budget, which is the subject, and
I'll set him at 1 minute, because we did.
I can't put it
can't,
on,
okay.
so I just don't.
Please, Danny, just wrap it, if you would, wrap it up, we understand, and I believe that, like Mr. Rudd said, that when we come back, that's something that can be considered at that time. And I also believe if you read this, that it's gonna have to go, we have a historical board, which is the planning and zoning, and I think they would have to be the ones to possibly make recommendations to us, the commission. So we have some work to be done before we can go forward with that, so with that.
And an historic preservation plan would help you to get that work done. There is no overriding plan. We have an historic preservation ordinance that's been on the books for 4 years. It's never been enforced, that you are unaware of. That points out strongly the need for a review of where we are and where we're going. I'll close it now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And so we'll address it again in November. We'll address it again in November. Okay, thank you. Okay, do we have any other further public comment? With that, we have a motion, and we have a second to approve this budget. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Okay. Budget approved.
Thank you.
First reading.
First reading.
First
See you
reading.
on the 22nd.
Okay.
Mayor, the next item is the first reading of ordinance 2217, special events ordinance.
An ordinance of the City of Crescent City, Florida, creating Chapter 21, special events, establishing procedures and guidelines for special events within the City of Crescent City, providing for legislative findings and intent, providing for implementing administrative action, providing for severability, providing for conflicts, providing for codification and directions to the code codifier, and providing for an effective date.
Mayor, Commissioner DeVito pointed out that we missed one strike through, which referred to chapter 5.5 of the Code of Ordinances, right at the beginning after the whereas statements, now therefore being enacted. We would strike through section 2, chapter 5.5 of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Crescent City is hereby removed in its entirety. And then we'd renumber the sections. Section 3 would become section 2, and section 4 would become section 3.
But this is not a significant change that would require.
Not a
No,
substantive change.
I think that it was the direction for that to be done.
Okay.
So I don't think it's in.
But I do have one comment about that. Charles, I don't know if I sent this to you, I thought I did, but, should we keep section 2 and reference, that there is a separate park permit being in 5.5?
No. That shouldn't be in section 2. It should be in chapter 21 somewhere if you wanted to refer. Because the section 1, section 2, section 3 isn't going to actually become part of the code. That's just section 1, section 2, section 3 of the
You're right.
Yeah. But what you're saying, that would go into chapter 21 in one of these divisions of section 21 dash something.
Right. It might be helpful, but maybe we don't need it. I don't know.
Do you have any other?
Then, the other thing, I brought this up with, Bobby, way back in the back, where it's the cost, we changed, we upped the fees a little bit. And my question to Bobby was the fees, it's all the way in the back.
Page 16.
Yeah, thank you, Charles. It's the actual cost that we recoup. Whether we might want to add language in there saying that we could change where it goes, law enforcement personnel from other city personnel, that if necessary, we could change those cost recoups by resolution. So we wouldn't have to do ordinance in the future.
Okay,
How do we language that?
I think it would just be everything in Appendix A. So the Class A, B, and C permit could also, the fees associated in Appendix A could just be changed or amended by resolution in the future.
Where do we add that?
here forward.
Just in chapter 21. Or regular Appendix A, yeah, we would just put language in here.
Bring that back to the second reading.
Yeah, I think that's fine.
Okay, on the back of this, it's first reading approved, so we do have to change that. First reading approved on this 14th day of July, second reading on the 16th day of August. That will need to be changed at the back. And also, in Class A special events, I thought that we allowed it to go till 12 o'clock. And it was in Class B that if it went past 10 o'clock to midnight, then the event would have to come to us for approval. I don't remember it having to come to us for approval in Class A. I thought we left it, commissioners, do you recall that? I know we changed it in Class B, that if it goes past 10 o'clock, and it is changed there, if the event will continue past 10 p.m., approval by the city commission is required. Up in Class A, on page 2, it says hours of operation shall be approved by the city commission.
It's just in general, we left it, took any hours out, and you'll just approve the hours of the event.
Because those are the largest events,
The biggest
right?
event, yeah. the
Right,
events.
those are our largest events. So.
Well, they're large events and events with alcohol.
Okay, okay. I just wanted to make sure that we were doing what we had agreed to.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I had to reread that though too.
I did too.
Earlier, yeah.
Do we have any other comments?
I like that our sound ordinance has tiered fines.
That's a
Not
different
there yet.
ordinance.
That's true.
That's a different,
I'm sorry.
that's a
Sorry.
different, that's a different ordinance,
It's
but
coming.
that's okay.
I mean, we got a few things.
I don't have a motion, and unfortunately, I needed a motion, so can somebody please make a motion?
So move.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second, and then we've had discussion. Do you have any more discussion?
No, but shouldn't the motion include the changes that we just went through?
You can go back and edit
Motion
As amended,
amended with changes.
with changes,
with
yes.
necessary changes.
Necessary.
Okay.
There you go.
Okay, so I'll open it up for public discussion at this time. Do we have anybody that's, I don't think we have any additional factual testimony for or against. Do we have any public input on this? Okay, seeing nobody come forward, we're gonna close public comment. Commissioners, we have a motion and we have a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. So move first reading.
Thank you. Mayor, I want to add that the reason there are so many ordinances is for each of these different fees we changed, we had to go back to the enabling legislation, whether it was an ordinance or code, and make changes to that. We couldn't do it in a blanket approval, so that's why we have a stack of them. So the first one is the planning and zoning changes we made. And it was pointed out that the ordinance itself does not reflect the small-scale comprehensive plan amendment, so we need to add that to your motion. It says $1,000, and your direction was to make it a fee plus $100 per acre over 1 acre, not to exceed $1,000. So it's $300 for anything an acre or less. And that's not reflected in the ordinance, so we need to include that in your motion for that change.
Okay. So commissioners, do we have a motion? And
Yeah.
please keep in mind, yes?
Read the title.
Oh.
An ordinance of the City of Crescent City, Florida, amending Chapter 2 of the Land Development Code, General, amending Section 2.7 fee schedule, providing for legislative findings and intent, providing for implementation of administrative action, providing for ratification of prior acts, providing for conflicts, providing for codification and directions to the code codifier, and providing for an effective date.
Do we need a motion or do we have a motion?
No, we need one, so.
Okay. So moved.
We have a motion, do we have a second?
I'll go ahead and approve the ordinance, 2022-20 with the, don't we have to?
I think she already moved, didn't you just?
She just
Oh.
did it. Do you want a
We
second?
need a second, you want a second?
Yeah, but did you put this thing that?
About the change?
Actually, I will articulate, better articulate. I move that we adopt ordinance 2022-20 with the correction to the fee for the small scale. It should match what is in Charles's memo. $300 plus $100 per acre over 1 acre, not to exceed 1,000. And if the commission would accept this, I would like to take out the $10, I think there's a, is this the one with the $10 fee for the garage sale, or is that someplace else?
It's in here, it's in this one.
Yeah, we have public.
That's up for discussion.
Right, so anyway, so I'll make the motion and,
Okay. Do we have a second? A second, okay, let's have discussion. So, you would like to take the $10 out?
I would like to take the $10 out.
Actually, it's not there.
It wasn't in,
Where was it?
It's not there.
I still haven't found it.
It's on this, it's right here.
It's right.
It's not in my, it's in my cover letter,
Oh,
but
it's not in, it's
I've
not in
never
the
found it in
ordinance.
the code.
Oh, in the code,
Yeah,
okay. So we didn't put it in the code,
Yeah, so
okay.
it's not, it wasn't,
Okay, for a reason. Well, what else is not in here?
So we, okay, so that's no longer in there, the $10.
This is confusing. Okay, well, the memo apparently does not match the ordinance in a number of places.
Myself personally, I think that we need a $10 charge for $10
Yard sale.
to do, yeah, a yard sale. There's a couple of them, I just want to run and see if I could.
oh, yeah, it is, wait,
You see it?
it's not.
It's not in there. And the only reason I say that is because we have some perpetual yard sales constantly, and I know that we have, I think there's something in the books that says you can only do it for so many days.
No, there's a limit. You
Well,
can only do so many.
How many?
Was it 3 a year?
Three
Yeah.
a year,
It's the
because
year.
of that,
Yeah,
because
because we
people run it all the
definitely
time.
have
But
perpetual.
who polices that?
Yeah, that's Saturday and Sundays,
Yeah.
usually
enforcement.
code enforcement.
They don't work on Saturdays.
She doesn't work on Saturday and
Yeah,
Sundays,
but the ones that are perpetual are out there all week long.
Yes.
They're almost like a little store out there. you know?
Yeah.
so. I just wonder if,
And you're sitting out
I
there.
think that one's gonna be, quite honestly, I understand and
Yeah.
how we, I think that's something that's gonna be really hard for us to enforce, and then you've got in fairness, the one person who comes in and pays it, and then the other person who has it on the weekends and doesn't pay it, and doesn't get caught, you know, I don't know, I'm
Does
really
anybody
torn
actually
on
come
that.
in and get a permit?
Has anybody ever come in and gotten a permit?
I've gotten 2 garage sale permits. One was actually from Diane Sykes, and she had a rain
Good
date, I
job,
believe.
Diane. I'm sorry?
You had a rain date on yours.
Yeah.
And then there was another lady who actually put her 3 dates down, and she was gonna do it,
Uh-huh.
for her yard sale with rain dates on, but that's it. I only got the 2. So if whatever's happening out there, they don't come inside and get a permit from the.
I don't think they know they have to.
Okay, well, if I could call a point of order here, I just want to point out that the memo seems to have some items that are not included in the ordinance. And we, so we've got a motion and to correct the small scale amendment. The ordinance actually just deals with the fee schedule for the land development code, I think. Is that not correct? It's only for the land development code.
Yes,
Yes.
Okay, so,
All right,
so that wouldn't be part of it anyway.
no,
right, it's just the memos
thank you. Thanks for clarifying that.
causing us, well, my eyes are crossing.
Yes, well, it's getting late.
Yep.
Okay, so I'm gonna open up for public comment if I can.
Okay.
We have a second, did you second it?
Yeah.
Okay, we have public comment? You done, you don't want it? No
No,
comment?
because I think she cleared it up.
Okay.
that it's-
Anybody else? Okay, I'm gonna close public comment. We currently have a motion, and we have a second, and the motion includes those changes that Charles
The small scale
wants
Yeah,
down.
small scale.
plan.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Okay, so moved. First reading. Okay,
Next one is first reading ordinance 2022-21, amending chapter 13 fines for noise violations.
And the ordinance of the city of Crescent City, Florida, amending chapter 13 of the Code of Ordinances, noises, amending section 13.4 violations and penalties, providing for legislative findings and intent, providing for implementation of administrative action, providing for severability, providing for ratification of prior acts, providing for conflicts, providing for codification and directions to the code codifier, and providing for an effective date.
Mayor, this item just adds, increases the penalties for violations. The first offense would be a warning, the second offense would be $250, and the third offense would be $500.
love it.
And the only other change I made was in B, it says, such time as the offender can satisfy to the court that he is prepared to, I just added or she.
Politically correct.
Yes.
Okay, so commissioners, do I have a motion so we can start discussion?
I so move that we,
I'll second.
You didn't finish the motion.
approve ordinance 2022-21. Ordinance fines for noise
And you have
violations.
a second?
I got a second.
So we got a motion and a second. Okay, so let's open up discussion. Bobby, it's my understanding, I'm gonna start this off, because I've been after this, and I'm so glad we're doing this. Is that not only as it reads, that it shall, at the particular time involved, shall be responsible for compliance with this chapter, whoever claims unlawful possession of such property, and each may be punished for violation. So it looks to me like if you've got somebody, a tenant on that property, is that how that reads to you? That if you have a tenant on that property, or if you have a kid on that property and you're not there, and they have a party, that we can find that person holding the party with the noise and the property owner.
Yes.
So we can have $250 for each person per occurrence.
Well, 2 warnings first, and then
Right.
250.
It's tiered, remember?
Tiered. Okay.
Yes.
I like that even more. So.
But that wasn't a change, that was already in.
That was already
Yeah.
in there, that was already in
Yeah.
there, and I just, when I saw that, I said, well, I really like that. Implementing administrative actions, would that be us? Because it says the city manager or designee, and I guess, would that be the sheriff's office, or would that be Charles, the designee?
Yeah, it would be, anybody, yes.
He designates, okay. Sorry, guys, I jumped in there. Do you have any other comments? Other comments? Moving public comments. Okay, seeing everyone. No one come forward. All in favor? We have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed, nay.
Thank you,
So
Mayor.
moved. First reading.
Ordinance 2022-22 is amending ordinance 2018-04, natural gas installation fees and directional bore. This ordinance is to cover our costs for new installations, and we've added on here directional boring. We were currently charging $5 a foot, and we're paying $8 a foot to the contractor, so we wanted to recover those costs.
And ordinance of the City of Crescent City, Florida, amending ordinance 2018-04, natural gas rate ordinance, amending section 7, meter installations, providing for legislative findings and intent, providing for implementation of administrative action, providing for severability, providing for ratification of prior acts, providing for conflicts, providing for codification and directions to the code codifier, providing for an effective date.
Okay. Do we have any, we have a motion?
I move that we accept ordinance 2022-22.
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a proper motion and a second. Do we have any discussion, commissioners? Any questions? Okay, do we have any public comment? Factual testimony. Okay, I'll close public comment. We have a proper motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Okay, so move first reading.
Next is ordinance 2022-23, amending chapter 12, business tax receipts. This one, once we looked it up, our understanding was it had been reduced from $50 to $35. We were unable to find an ordinance for that occurred by ordinance. We've been charging $35. So this ordinance will make it $50 in case it's not uncommon we can't find the ordinance that, since we're not still online with our code,
Yeah.
that changed it to $35, so this will restore it to $50.
And ordinance of the City of Crescent City, Florida, amending chapter 12, the Code of Ordinances, business tax registration and regulations, amending section 12.12, local business tax amounts, classifications, providing for legislative findings and intent, providing for implementation of administrative action, providing for severability, providing for ratification of prior acts, providing for conflicts, providing for codification and directions to the code codifier.
Do we have a motion?
So moved.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Do we have any discussion?
Just, I have one comment about this.
Okay.
I looked up the local business tax amounts, and one reason they might not have been able to find an ordinance is because it says you can change the amounts by resolution, but Bobby said he didn't want to do that, so that's fine.
No, we didn't find,
Right,
we
you
couldn't
didn't find
find anything, so I felt like it was
Right.
best to just have an ordinance that put it back to 50 and.
No, I get that part, but I'm just saying it actually says it. And the other interesting thing, in subsection 6, if, I did not know this, I don't know if we publicize it, but if you have a business owned and operated by either a U.S. military veteran or a person over the age of 65, other than vending, peddling, or amusement machine, you do not need to pay the business tax fee.
They just have to register.
Right. So that's a great benefit.
Yep.
So that's all I have to say about that. Thank you.
So we have a motion and a second. Do we have any public discussion? No public discussion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, so move first reading.
Next is ordinance 2022-24, amending chapter 19, increasing water service deposits. In our discussion last time, I only was aware of a residential and a commercial deposit. I since learned that we actually have a residential rental rate, which was already $150. So our staff is recommending we keep the residential rate at 75, and we increase the residential rental rate to $200. The commercial rate, which is currently $100, would be a 3 months average of that location, because typically we find it's as much as 3 months. That's the, that they're due, they're owe us. This way we have that as a deposit.
And this is on water deposit, not gas deposit?
Correct,
It's
this
not
is
on the
just
entire
water.
bill they received if they get water and gas, it's just on the water?
Just
correct?
on the water.
Okay.
That's correct.
Bobby, you want to read it?
An ordinance of the City of Crescent City, Florida, amending Chapter 19 of the Code of Ordinances, rates, fees, and charges for water, wastewater, and natural gas utilities, amending Part 1 water and sewer rates, fees, and charges, amending subsection A deposits, amending subsection E2 administrative charge, providing for legislative findings and intent, providing for implementation of administrative action, providing for severability, providing for ratification of prior acts, providing for conflicts, providing for codification and directions to the code codifier, and providing an effective date.
This does not have the commercial increase.
Yeah, so we need to.
So part of the motion would be to increase the commercial deposit to a 3-month average. That's item number 4. Part 1A 4.
Commissioners, do we have a motion?
I move that we, move for ordinance 2022-24 with the change in the commercial 3 months average.
I second.
We have a motion and a second, do we have any discussion?
I don't know, it says staff recommends, apparently there was a report from Jocelyn. I'm just not really sure that we should be doing this now. Jocelyn's report wasn't distributed to us, and I don't know, is the extra $50 gonna help us as much as it's gonna hurt some residential tenants? I don't know. I'm not sure we should hold this for another month or so and let us be more sure about it.
I'm gonna be honest, I said this today, when I go through this, I said, well, most renters that I know of, you know, they get, you pay a certain fee, let's say it's $150, now it's gonna go up to $200. You put that down, and you know in a couple months that that's what it's gonna cost you for your light bill or something. It's gonna bother your rent, you know, chances are, you're not gonna pay that rent. They're just not gonna pay the rent, they're gonna skip it a lot of times. And I think that's what kind of happens to us, where they don't really, collect all the money at the end of
All the deposits.
all the deposits and all that kind of stuff. So, I don't think any dollar amount really matters, in my mind, what you wanna put down for deposit fees. I don't think you're wrong on that, but I don't know if you know what I'm trying to say.
I know what you, I understand that.
I think most renters in our community are struggling to begin with.
Mhm.
We don't have a high-end rent, properties, not many of them. And this is what happens, they can't pay.
Yeah, you can't pay, and they, so I don't care what you put on there, I just think that we're always gonna be struggling.
I agree with that.
But
The unfortunate thing too is when you have a renter and a renter leaves, unlike a property owner, is they don't always provide their forwarding address. So if they leave the property, they're not going to necessarily give us a forwarding address so that we can send them their final bill, and then we're stuck with the final bill. I understand it's the cost of having to rent, and it's expensive to go into a rental. But that's just part of the cost. They're also paying usually $150. We just went through that in Fort Charlotte, and it was $150 application fee. Just for, not for that, it's just to rent, just to get a lease. It was $150 application fee. So I mean, it's expensive to rent regardless with everything that you have to pay.
Yes.
I know, I'm the one that brought this up because of looking at the amount we had in collections. I just want to make sure that the extra money, that it's going to be worth the pain that we're causing the people who are having to pay that deposit.
Because, but basically, we look at the footprint of the prior person that was in there. Now, the years I worked for the utility company, that's what we done. We did that. And you still sometimes, the gap in between to when they start the service is about maybe 45 days before you collect, or you can go out there and cut them off if they don't pay nothing but the deposit. And when you figure that in, you gonna lose some.
May I call the question?
And sometimes,
Yes.
go ahead, a person that was there before you were very conservative. They didn't use a whole lot. When you gain in that way, what is it? It's just like this. Yes.
Commissioner DeVito?
I'm just saying, I think it's time to call the question.
I understand, I'm just sort of letting you finish. So we have a motion of acceptance and we have a second. Do we have any public comment? Okay, seeing none, we'll close public comment. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay?
Nay.
Okay, so moved. First reading.
I think next is city manager report. Just a couple things I wanted to point. I included a copy of the report from our land development code update for your review from Zeb Cohen. You'll take a look at that. Their next step would be to actually draft all those recommendations. Yeah. Well, they want to make sure you guys didn't say, hey, you missed this or you missed that, or the code board is also, not the code board, the planning and zoning board has also received a copy for their review and comments. And then I included in there also information from Ayers and Associates on tapping into brownfield grant funds. There's a public relations side to that. We're declaring the city or area of the city as a brownfield. Some cities have rejected the idea and passed on money, but there's quite a bit of grant funds available for planning activities, for conceptual design.
But do we have areas that would benefit from that, that we can get grants?
Well, that's what part of this would be. If we want to go through this, if you're interested in this, they'll bring us a proposal of what it would cost us for them to analyze the city and see if we're in fact qualify as brownfield. And it can do everything from asbestos paint to old dry cleaning sites to gas stations and so forth. And then they've approached me several times about this. Are you interested? We've funded a lot of projects with brownfield money. Wildwood did a huge downtown master plan for 301. A lot of it was funded with brownfield money. So
That's what I mean. So,
yeah.
So you.
If you're interested, I can have them come and do a presentation for you in October.
I would like that.
I think that would be beneficial.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. And the other thing I want to mention, it came up earlier tonight. Someone was questioning how the agenda was put together, or is put together.
Yes.
And I've never received a request to put the school board discussion, the school on the agenda as an agenda item. I don't know what the policy was in the past of how something gets on the agenda. But maybe we need to think about that. Is it something where there's a consensus of the commission to add something? I know been in meetings where something comes up at a meeting. In order to discuss it, we need a motion and a second to put it on the agenda for discussion. But in terms of agenda preparation, sometimes I've gotten individual requests to put something on an agenda. Sometimes it comes up during a meeting. Someone says, I'd like to see this on a future agenda. But when we're in this setting, if I don't get a consensus or a vote, I don't know if that's action I should take. So we need to figure out how we get something put on the agenda for discussion or voting.
I want to say that on the school board, on the school district issue, that until November, with them knowing what's going to happen with that bond referendum, I don't know that that's a discussion that we really we might be ahead of ourselves on that.
I put the presentation on the agenda just as a presentation, information purposes, because they had one, like a road show, and they asked if anybody wants to see this. So I put it on there. I did not have any requests as a discussion item for a position, city position.
I think, you know, we've done a lot with the school board, and with the school issue. And I think what the city doesn't understand, I think we understand as commissioners, we really don't have any say into what the school board is gonna do with that school. I mean, they own it, they own the property. And I sometimes just feel like I'm being badgered as a commissioner to make sure I get in there and get that school kind of thing. It's a constant badgering that I feel coming from different people. And I just can't seem to get it across that I really feel at the city we're doing all we can. I kind of explained it as, hey, you know, we don't own the property. We can't just go in there and demand that they're gonna give the property to us. They're not gonna do that. And yes, we're trying to work with them so that, you know, plan B is if they go forward with new school, which I'm thinking that's probably what's gonna happen, we're trying to work with them to maybe get some distance between the school and, you know, central. Yeah, you know, I think that we're trying very hard, but I think that a lot of people in town think that we can just go in there and demand that we give us that school. We're the city and by value, that, you know, you should give it to us, and they don't understand that that's not how it works.
So I guess my question.
So I don't really want it back in here again.
So in terms of the agenda, what I've seen in other communities is during your commission reports, at the end of the night, you may say, I think we need to talk about X, Y, Z. I'd like that to be on the agenda next month. And then that would be the time to introduce on, and then if say, yeah, was that a motion? Yeah, I move we put X, Y, Z on the agenda for next month. I second it, all in favor, aye. And then we know that things are on the agenda formally. It slows things down again. You gotta wait till the commission meeting to ask to put it on the agenda, but it would create that avenue where we make sure the agenda has on it what you want on the agenda by consensus, by vote.
But you know, I think we need to come up with a time span that a person, not just coming in tomorrow and a day before, or 2 or 3 days before, and actually put it on the agenda. We need a week, 10 days or something, or if you want to come before the commission, you need at least about 10 days.
Well, typically it'd be the month before.
Right.
Now, if it's an emergency situation, we have an opportunity.
We have an opportunity.
Then, you know, we need to figure out, do I just notify you all that we've got a request to put this item on the agenda because the deadline is before the next month? That way, the suggestion tonight was, I guess, that I control the agenda and I'm keeping things off the agenda, and that's just not the case.
That's not,
Are you
that's,
kidding me? I think this agenda is huge.
this
I'm
agenda
serious,
is,
it's like you know, overkill.
And it's been that way ever since you came.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
it's like,
sorry.
and
here, you know,
I don't
take a
think
whip
you're
out.
leaving off much.
it is because we're trying to, there's a lot of things that,
Yeah.
that we're finding that we have to.
And I
Actually, the office
think we
agenda is much
understand
shorter
it.
than usual.
And I feel like also with the school, we already invited them to come in and give us a
Yeah, we've already
presentation.
done a
And they
lot
took
of that.
public input at that time, I mean, it was on the agenda. But I will say, Charles, if any of y'all come in here, and he'll start on this agenda, he'll leave here this evening, and he'll let his staff know everything that happened. He'll type it all up tonight, get it all out to them tomorrow, so they know everything that happened today. And then he'll start on that agenda, maybe not tomorrow, but he'll start on it on Monday, and he works on that agenda the entire time. So, and you know, and he's trying to take into consideration what needs have come up and what we have directed him to do. So, I'm fine. Quite honestly, I'm fine with the way that
Yeah, me too.
I just want to close some of these issues, you know, because they keep coming back. So you figure out how to get them closed quicker, and I'll be happy.
I'm trying to hear that, figure out how to.
She wants things to get done. She just
Close it out
I
faster.
just want things to get closed quicker, that's all.
wants things to get done. Is there anything else, Charles?
That's it, unless anyone has any questions.
Okay, commissioners, we, and all of you, thank you so much, for staying through this.
Oh,
We
the
have
trick or treating, I forgot.
The what?
Trick or treating, I asked you guys to set,
Oh,
you did that last year,
trick-or-treat.
you set trick or treating.
The time for trick or treating, before I thank everybody for sitting through this, they want to let me, so.
But it's not on the agenda, can we do that?
Yeah, we can set the
Yeah.
time.
Bobby question.
Yeah, we're not doing it by, we can just, can't we, Bobby?
Yeah, I think that's
Last
fine.
As a citizen, I'd like to know what's going on with trick or treating. There we go, it's on.
Thank you. Trick or treating, we are doing still, and we're supposed to be meeting with them with the partnership, with the sheriff's department, they're gonna still do trunk or treat. But we're looking at what time are we thinking to start. This is a Monday evening. Last year, we started it at 5 o'clock, and
Yeah,
I think we went 5 to 8.
no, it was 5 to 7, and we got a complaint. The traditional time is 6 to 8. We moved it to 5 to 7 because we thought
I
it
thought
would be
we went
better
5 to
having
8.
daylight.
We were still out at 9 o'clock at our house, so it went till 5 to 8, I believe. The year prior, it went to 9 o'clock. And at 9 o'clock, or a little, like 8:30, they started going through and patrolling and kind of moving people off the street. But I thought last year it was 5 to 8. But I'm not gonna we don't need to, we just need to make sure we have plenty of time. So does somebody want to propose that we do 5 to 8?
Well, but that, I don't know, it's, to me, my recollection is it's always been a 2-hour time span that people expect the trick-or-treaters to come. But I guess we can do 5 to 8. Again, do we have to decide this now, or can we do it in October? Or is that too late?
We can do it on September 22nd.
Let's
yeah.
do it the 22nd, we have a meeting the 22nd.
Right.
The 22nd.
And again, thank y'all, we accomplished a tremendous amount. If somebody will please make a motion to adjourn.
I said moved.
Okay. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, this meeting is adjourned. Thank you all.